It's after 8:30 now. We said we're going to be starting at 8:30, I think. Yeah. All right, well, Commissioners, I'd like to welcome you all and our city staff that are here to this special meeting for Thursday, December 1st. And this is an opportunity for us to interview candidates for our city attorney position. First order of business is going to be calling the roll. Clerk Borling.
Commissioner Decker.
Present.
Commissioner Hess.
Present.
Commissioner Hoffman. Commissioner Juarez.
Present.
Commissioner Pradel.
Present.
Vice Mayor Cooney.
Present.
Mayor Anderson.
Here. May I please have a motion to excuse Commissioner Hoffman?
So moved.
Motion made by Vice Mayor Cooney,
Support.
supported by Commissioner Hess. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. All right, motion passes. Manager Ritzman.
No communications, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, glad to hear it. All right, next on our agenda is the opportunity for public comments. This will be the one opportunity at this meeting for public comments. Those are, I don't see anybody in the chambers here who's likely to want to say anything. Deputy City Manager Chamberlain, have we had anybody call in?
We do not.
Thank you, DCM Chamberlain. As always, I appreciate that. All right, so we're on to our work here. Manager Ritzman.
Well, I will turn things over to Mr. Mueller from our Michigan Municipal League. He's our recruiter. Or am I turning over to Jeff? Yeah,
Kelly Duzek or Jeff Mueller? Who's?
Jeff Mueller.
All right. Welcome, Jeff.
Good morning. Actually, get these two.
Thanks, Jim.
Like a cover memo and questions.
I'm set.
Thank you.
In the packet, you'll find there's a cover memo there. It talks about should things go incredibly smoothly today, and there's actually an ability to pass a motion to do a confidential offer for one of the candidates should you choose. There's also, should you do that and you want to continue at the same time with negotiations with that person for a contract, there's a motion in there to allow you to do that also, should you decide to do that.
Mr. Mueller, just a quick question here. Is this sound system working okay for everybody?
Hello? There we go. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so you have to be particularly close to it? Is that what it is? I want to make.
Yes, I guess so.
Okay. All right. Would you mind, is this being broadcast? I presume, is that right? Yes. Thumbs up from the back. So that's how people hear, is through our microphone system here. I just want to make sure. So would you mind just introduction one more time here?
Sure. Jeff Mueller from the Michigan Municipal League. We're down to the final step here, interviewing the three candidates. We had the meet and greet last night, which I thought went very well. It was nice to see some of the community and staff come out. We've distributed a packet this morning. There's a cover memo in there just kind of showing you kind of the final process here and where we're at. There's the original screening report that was given after I had screened the candidates. Their cover letters and resumes are in there. And for each of the candidates, there's the questions. And in regard to the questions, what we recommend generally, the mayor would open up the interview. And then it works great if you can just kind of go around and ask the questions. And that way you can kind of look at how the dialogue goes in in between the different commissioners and the candidates. There also in there is a scoring summary kind of thing that you could fill out on each candidate, which was provided by Shelley, the HR director, which I think she'll talk to you a little bit about. We ask that you hopefully will kind of stick to the questions that are on there. One thing that's very important is there's a lot of things you can, and that's why we asked you kind of stick to that. There are some follow-up questions in there. If you don't get an adequate answer, we would encourage you to ask follow-up questions. And generally, it's a good thing if you can pretty much ask everyone kind of the same questions too. So.
Thank you, Mr. Mueller. I appreciate that. Any questions from commission here on process or looking at your packets? Does it make sense? We have packets that have every individual's resume, cover letter, introduction to the process, and then a set of interview questions. Did you want to follow up any more on process going through that, Mr. Mueller?
No, just one kind of thing that I guess we'll talk at the end, but I'm hopeful that cream will rise to the top, and hopefully we can get a unanimous decision on that person too. I know when we do our city manager searches, you hate to come in on a just gives a lot more confidence to the person. But yeah, I wish you the best, and I thank you for your time actually to take a whole day like this out of your time to be able to do this. And I'm hopeful that we'll be able to find.
Well, thank you for your assistance and the assistance of Michigan Municipal League. Appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor,
Director Duzick?
I had a question.
Oh, yeah, all right.
My question is, if I have a question that is not on here that I want to ask, am I allowed to ask that if I ask it to each of the candidates the same way?
Yes, I believe you could do that.
Okay, thank you.
Director Duzick?
Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. In your packet, you will see the interviewer's evaluation sheet for each candidate. I have put your packets in order with the first interview, with the interview, and then that would be the resume.
I'm sorry to interrupt here. Do you have to be right on top of that microphone for it to work?
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, that's better. That works. So we're going to have to let everybody know they've got to be right up on that microphone. Okay, there we go.
All right, I'm sorry, I'll start again.
Okay.
In your packet, you will see the interviewer's evaluation sheet for each candidate. I've put your packets together in order of the interviews. The resume will be first, there will be the interview questions, and then the evaluation sheet would be the last one for each candidate. Please be sure you enter the candidate's name at the top of that interviewer's evaluation sheet. All of your names are listed at the top of the page. Please circle your name. Check whether the candidate is an internal or external candidate, and in this case, they are all external. Check the appropriate box that's associated with each skill category. For example, above average, meets requirements, or below minimum requirements. In the recommendations section, please check recommend for hire or not a match. Please rank each candidate from 1 through 3, with 1 being the best candidate for the position. Please make a note in the provided box above the signature line the reason you would recommend or do not recommend the candidate for the position. And lastly, please sign, put your title, date the form, and return that to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Duzick. So I know our first interview is at 9, I believe, correct? Yes, sir.
Just one reminder, I'm sure Clyde would probably tell you this too, that all discussions relative to all the candidates need to be held in public, just in order to comply with Michigan law and whatnot. So just wanted to
Right.
remind you.
Appreciate that. So, hey, let's look at our packets here together. Yeah, Commissioner Pradel.
I was just wondering if you could just give us a little bit of a rundown in terms of like how these documents will be used, whether they'll be, published to the public, whether the scoring will be shared in real time, those kind of things. I'm just want to make sure I know what.
They are, yes.
It's all public. Scoring and everything. So in our pack, you know, we have quite a few pieces of paper here in our packet, so, you know, you could get a little lost in that. You know, we've got this initial screening report, which is on top, which, you know, we can remind ourselves, have a few minutes to look at here before we get started. We have an order that we're going to do this. Mr. Porter is first. Then you'll see his cover letter and his resume, and then interview questions just behind that in the packet. Those interview questions, you can see here we have, is it 21? 21 interview questions. See that in that multi-page section there. So how would we like to do this together here? Do you want to just choose a number or go through in an order? We'll just roll through these. That means everyone will have basically 3 questions to ask. Does it matter to anyone if we just go right down the row and just around again? And then Don, you'll have an extra one that you're going to want to ask, possibly as well. Okay. Any questions about the process? And then, following the 21 interview questions in our packet, is what Director Dusick talked about here, the evaluation, which is 1 page. So that's what we have for each person being interviewed. The next person will be William Kim. Mr. Porter starts at 9, William Kim will be at 10:30, and Julianne Pastula, I hope I'm saying that right, will be at 1 o'clock. Any other concerns, thoughts, questions about this? Yeah, Commissioner Prado.
I'm just curious in terms of like giving each other just like a little bit of space in between each question so that you have a second to write down a note or something, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So I've noticed that we've set aside, excuse me, approximately an hour. So with 21 questions, that gives us less than 3 minutes a question. So I guess we'll just have to keep them moving along here. And it's not like it's an absolute hard stop, I suppose. We can run over a few minutes if necessary, but a lot of questions, even though an hour seems like a long interview, a lot of questions to get through. Okay. Welcome, Mr. Porter. Good to see you again this morning. It's nice to see you last evening, get a chance to chat a little bit. Appreciate that informal get-together. So welcome to our City Commission special meeting for interviewing candidates for our next city attorney here. And I know that there was an introduction that Mr. Jeff Mueller went through with you, I think, talking a little bit about the process. I think we have a page of what you received in terms of interview process and so on. So I presume you got that? You did. Okay, great. Well, we have this morning 22 questions and approximately an hour. So just allow you to do the math on that, and that will help us presumably get to the goal line here. And what we're going to do is we're just going to go around reading those questions off the forms that we have. We'll have an opportunity, of course, to take down some notes at the same time, so we may be, if you're answering something and someone is looking down, we're not ignoring you. Maybe people are taking notes here while we're doing that. So I hope this will be an opportunity. We were just discussing this morning about what this feels like, maybe from your table up to here. I hope that's not intimidating, but we'll hope to get through this and give you an opportunity to really let you help us see who you are and why you want to be an attorney here. So with that said, yeah, Manager Ritzman. Oh, yes, yeah, so we'll talk about that. So it turns out that this microphone is very sensitive in terms of how close you are, and if you're not absolutely right on top of it, you will not be heard. So we'll have to pay attention to that. Yeah, it's most people's inclination to want to stay back a little bit from the microphone. I don't think this one's going to work that way. Okay. At the end of our questions, you'll have an opportunity to ask questions of your own, so I'm sure you may be prepared for that. So with no further ado, I think we're all ready. We'll go ahead and start with our questions, and question number one, we'll start with Commissioner Juarez over here.
Good morning, Mr. James. The first question, please give us a brief summary of your experience, particularly in regards to municipal law. Tell us why you applied to Kalamazoo and how you think your style and expertise will be the right fit for us.
Thank you for that question. When I started out, I joined Foster Swift in Lansing, and within 3 months I knew I was not in the right place. Inside hallway, never saw a client, never saw the sunrise or set, and realized that that was not the fit for me. And so I started interviewing, and I came to Kalamazoo and interviewed with Baucom Sparks. At that time it was Baucom Reed, and they represent the Michigan Townships Association and represent the vast majority of townships in this area. And so since 1986, I've done virtually nothing but municipal law. And over the years, I moved a couple different times, but I've always been primarily involved in municipal law. As far as my most recent practice, I had my largest client, which was Oshimo Township, in '06 approached me and asked me to move to their township offices. And at that time I had 5 or 6 other large townships that I also represented. And I moved there, and for about a year I rented space and operated my practice as a sole practitioner at that time. And it was really interesting because in the afternoon I would close my door and work for other people. And they came to me and said, well, in the afternoon you close your door. And I said, yes, I have other clients that I represent. And so they actually approached me and said, would you consider working just for us? And I said, are you asking me to be in-house counsel? And at that time, I was not aware of any other charter township that had in-house counsel. But they talked about the approach, and they talked about the opportunity, and I jumped at it. And I'm so glad I did, because there's a large difference between being outside counsel and being in-house. When you're working from the outside, you don't know what you don't know. And I've enjoyed so much being in the office and working directly with the department heads, directly with the board. So I think that experience translates to what this council has done and does do and will do in the future. So I think from that perspective, I've had a good working relationship. The only negative comments that I got about interviewing here were from a few department heads who sort of said they hoped I did a lousy job today.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning, Mr. Porter.
Good morning.
We'd like to know a little bit more about you as an individual. Could you just share a little bit about what occupies your time outside of work?
Oh, well, a lot of it revolves around family. My wife and I had been married about 10 years, and she desperately wanted a child, and I wanted children. And we went to the doctors, and the doctors told us, you're probably not going to have any children. And so we went to an adoption agency in the Holland area, which had just started a program where the birth mothers got to pick the parents. And so from the time we started that process to the time we brought our daughter home, it took a total of 6 months. And so for me, family is a lot of what I spend my time on. At that time, the interesting challenge 30 years ago was the comment from the director of the facility said, well, before you say yes, you need to know something. And I said, well, what is that? He said, well, this is a mixed race child. And I said, there's only one race, and that's the human race. And we brought Jennifer home, and bringing her home was one of the greatest joys in our life, but she actually gave us more than just being our first child. She somehow opened up something that we didn't know we could do, and along came 3 more daughters, the old-fashioned way. So 4 girls and grandkids, and so probably the biggest thing that occupies me outside the office is family.
Thank you very much. So I will remind you that unfortunately, you've got to be right on, very close, uncomfortably close to that microphone, I think, for it to work effectively.
We'll try to get even closer.
Yes, right on top of it. Commissioner Hess?
Good morning.
Good morning.
From your resume, it appears that you have a career filled with accomplishments. Can you tell us a little more about 2 that you are most proud of?
Well, I'll tell you, yes, 2, one where I was victorious and one where I was not, but I was glad I fought the battle. ITC came in to Oshimo a few years ago and unilaterally decided to slice a swath across our community when, in fact, we had offered them or proposed that we would try to facilitate a transmission line along a railroad corridor. They refused that proposal, and we took up the battle, went through the court system, went to the Court of Appeals, even went to the Supreme Court, and it was an honor to stand in the old Supreme Court chambers because we were the first day of argument for the Supreme Court that year and argue for the protection of the local community. We did not prevail, but was it a proud moment? Yes. Why? Because we fought the fight. We didn't win, but we stood up for our residents as much as we could. The other battle that we fought has to do with funding. Unlike a city of your size and your charter ability, charter townships for years after Headley was passed, the Attorney General said that we could only levy up to 1 mil. And I always felt that the way the statutes read, that was an incorrect decision. And so I went to my board about 2 years ago and I said, we need to challenge that. We cannot operate a general fund with basically 0.96 mils. We can't run this community. When I started at Oshimo, we had 8,000, and we have about 24,000 people now. And I asked the board, and they said, well, what would it entail? And I said, well, it's going to entail us challenging that Attorney General's opinion, because I know the county, when we asked to levy a charter millage, they're going to say you can't. There are these two AG opinions, one from 1986, one from 89. And I said, we need to challenge that. And they said, so we're going to have to sue the county? And they, of course, were very reluctant to do that. And I said, no, the county will understand. I'll explain to the attorneys representing the county that we are simply challenging and addressing this from a constitutional standpoint. And so we did. We went forward. We went to the tax tribunal, and we lost because the tax tribunal followed the AG's opinion. We took it up to the Court of Appeals, and I am very proud to say that charter townships today, based on the most recent ruling at the Court of Appeals, can levy their full charter millage, because the issue was the charter millage authorized by law prior to Headley, not whether or not the charter township had actually levied the charter millage. And we won that fight. And because of that, for the first time this year, our township was able to levy more than $1 million for general operations. And that was a huge success.
Thanks. Thank you again. So I have a feeling that we're going to be dealing with this all the way through our interviews here. I know that DCM Chamberlain, I see you attempted to adjust the volume a little bit. Is that what you just did when you came up? All right. So thank you for that. And I'm sorry, I'm just got to remind you, I see some people in the audience who are even here in the room who are leaning in to try to hear. So it's you're just going to have to use your rock star talent, get right up on that phone, on that microphone there, so everybody can hear your answers. Question 4 from me is, if offered the position at Kalamazoo, what do you intend to do to be sure you are part of our community?
I think the number one answer to that is to do what I've already started doing, and that's focusing on where my wife and I might live in this community. I'm happy to say that there are some beautiful facilities now right downtown. Very excited. I was talking to your planner and complimented her on how beautiful the downtown area has become, the recent development. And so I've already started looking. I know that there's one facility located just across the street from my old office. So that would be one thing, would be to live here. And the second thing would be to then immerse myself in more of the community activities.
Thank you.
Mr. Porter, so when we call on the individuals who have worked with you over the years, what will they tell us about you?
Well, they might tell me that I have a bit of a macabre humor sometimes. Can be a little bit silly at times. I think the thing that they would say most is that I work hard at what I put my mind to, and that includes focusing on the job at hand. And the job at hand has always been, for me, is always client directed, or as I've worked for the township, they will say, well, what are your goals and objectives for the year? And I have no goals or objectives for the year. My goals and objectives have always been, what do my departments need? What does my board want? What are their goals and objectives? So if anybody that knows me, I think what they would say is, he does everything within his ability to carry out the goals and directives of the people that he's working for.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What do your first 3 months look like here in Kalamazoo?
Oh, well, I know most of the attorneys in the attorney's office, and I think my first goal and first 3 months would be, one, to better familiarize myself with your charter, better familiarize myself with the distinct differences between city operations and township operations. In addition to that, in talking to Marcia last night, I said one of my main goals would be to sit with all attorneys within the office and to determine the best way to manage that office, not knowing the personnel, not knowing how the work is divided or allocated. The first job would be to get input from all of the staff that you have, because I know you have some excellent people that work here. So that would be my second job, would be just to sit down and say, you know, how does the office operate? Get their ideas about how could the office operate better? What can I do to make your position here more attractive, more challenging? And then the next step would be to meet with each and every department head, again, to focus on the job at hand, which is not to advance any agenda that I have, but to advance and promote and fulfill the needs of each and every department within this community. So I don't know that I could get that all done in 3 months, but I would try.
So Commissioner Hoffman, just want to look down below that question 6 that you answered there. There's some follow-up questions after that. If you felt that those weren't fully answered, I don't know if you would just want to look at those a second and see if you think you want to follow up on either one of those 2 items. But if you're comfortable that those have already been answered, we're fine.
Thank you for that, Mayor. I would like to ask just one follow-up question. And what are the most important things you will try to learn in your first 90 days, other than what you've just shared with us?
I think in the first 90 days, the most important thing would be to simply learn how this organization functions and how the attorney's office functions in relationship to the rest of the departments, the manager's office, and the city.
Good morning, Mr. Porter. The question I have for you is, what do you see in Kalamazoo that sets us apart from other places you have worked? And what particular skills, talents, or experiences do you have that will make your tenure here successful?
Wow, I don't think we have enough time to answer that question. The exciting thing about working for the city of Kalamazoo is the community itself, the community that stands behind the city, you know, the promise, the assistance that the business community has given to the city. There are so many things that set you apart and set you above so many other communities. That's what has excited me about the possibility of working with the city. You have the resources, you have the capability of dealing with a lot of issues that, even though I've got to praise my township board, they do everything they can. They do everything within their ability, but they don't have the resources. They don't have the same degree of community support that this city has. And so the idea of dealing with issues of housing, diversity, dealing with equity in the community, they simply don't have the ability. We looked at, the housing ordinance that the city put in place, and I went through that, and I was really impressed with the work that the city attorney's office had done on that, and what the city was doing to try to create a more equitable environment. But the township basically said, we don't have the resources to, house another department, build another department. So what do you have that other communities don't have? More than I can even go into. How do I think my talents would play into that? The one thing I pride myself in is being a team player, and that is, again, having that mindset of how do we achieve the goals that are set by this board. That would be the main focus of everything that I would try to do through the attorney's office, would be to advance the goals and objectives that are set by this council, by the manager's office, and in doing that, hopefully continue to advance a lot of the what I see as very strong progressive attitudes toward the community as a whole.
Thank you.
Okay. From what you have learned about us, what do you think our two biggest challenges will be in the next 3 years, and how will you tackle them, and what process would you follow?
Well, I think one of the biggest challenges that you have is housing, affordable housing. How do we tackle that? I think you've got to bring all the resources of the community together. The one thing the city has is some very strong support from the private sector. You have very strong support from many nonprofits out there. And I would say bringing all of those parties together and trying to advance a system that would encourage development of affordable housing has to be one of the main priorities for the community. And I say that from the standpoint that we see it in Oshtemo as well. Our east side is very urban, and so we're familiar, I'm familiar with those problems. Dealing with them it's a tremendous challenge. I think one of the other things that we have to try to deal with is the homelessness issue. And it's not just a matter of people not having a home, it's a mental health issue. It's an issue dealing with people who have problems with addiction. How do we deal with that? I don't know that I have the solution. I think the only way to deal with that would be to work with county mental health, work with other departments within the city to see what can we do as a community to try to help them out of the circumstances that they find themselves in. A lot of people don't set out in life to fail, but it happens. So what do we do to address that? This community has the best overall support to try to address that. So I'm hopeful for this community. Whether I'm here or not, I'm hopeful for this community.
Mr. Porter, as an attorney, has there ever been a time that you made a recommendation that you wish you could have changed? And could you tell us a little bit about how you handled it and what you would do differently now, if anything?
Oh, good question. Wow. Well, we were faced with the issue of adopting an anti-discrimination ordinance. And at the time, my initial response was to look and see what the State Attorney General's office had said with regard to that ordinance and ordinances elsewhere. And the Attorney General's office has basically said that local municipalities were exceeding their authority when it came to adopting certain non-discrimination ordinances. And my initial reaction, unfortunately, was to follow that directive. But after stepping back and looking at the whole issue that our community was facing, I said no. I reversed myself and said, no, we're going to do this, and if somebody wants to challenge it, they can challenge it. Because sometimes you have to press the envelope. Sometimes you have to push the process. You have to advance the agenda that your board wants, even if you think it's pushing the limits of what perhaps a judge or the Attorney General's office might think. You have to press that issue. And so we did. We went ahead and we adopted that anti-discrimination ordinance, even though it went well beyond what some of the provisions are in the Elliott Larson Civil Rights Act. So.
What do you believe is the most important skill a city attorney can have when it comes to the city attorney commission relationship success? Can you tell us about a time that you had to rely on that talent to build or improve relationships?
Well, when it comes to attorneys, no offense, Clyde, it's not directed at Clyde, I know him. One of the problems with a lot of attorneys is they talk too much and they don't listen enough. So I think the number one need in any relationship is to be quiet and listen and be thoughtful. And sometimes you don't have the answer. And I think one of the problems a lot of times is people always want to act like, and if you don't have the answer, then the answer ought to be, I'll find the answer. Most important thing, listen.
Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, we are on question 12, in case you haven't been counting. So what is the most important role the commission plays in the success of the community's future, and what will you do to assure that we are effective in that task?
The most important thing that a council can have is a vision of your community. And a lot of times people ask the question, well, can we do this or can we do that? And sometimes the answer is, well, perhaps the law doesn't allow for that, or perhaps there's not an avenue to move in that direction. And so the answer always has to be, if there's a goal, if there's a vision, the question is, how do we get there? And if the answer isn't immediate, if the direction isn't on how to get there, isn't immediately apparent, find a way to get it done. That's the job of council, is to carry out and implement the vision. So the most important thing that the attorney's office needs is direction. It needs a vision for what you want this community. And from looking at the resources that you have online, I know that you have a vision.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. So are you more of a manager or a leader? And can you describe how you exemplify the best of that quality?
Well, I would hope that at times I'm a leader, but I think more importantly, I would say a collaborator. I like to work as a team. One of the things I miss the most is the opportunity to exchange ideas and bounce ideas off other people. I am happy to say that my past partners at Baucom's office are still there. They call me fairly often, and I do the same with them. So as far as leadership within the office, the most important thing, I think, is to try to be a team player, try to take input as well as give input.
When hiring a new employee to join your team, what skills and characteristics would they need to possess, and why?
Oh, hiring employees is a challenge. When I was a partner, I think one of my greatest successes was finding Catherine Kaufman and hiring her. She's now the city attorney for Portage. She's also with Baucom's office. The most important thing when I look for hiring somebody is, give me somebody who's got a bright mind, an open mind, somebody who thinks. If all you're going to do is be an individual who simply takes direction and does what they're asked to do, that's not the kind of people I want to work with. I want to work with people who are creative, who are thoughtful, innovative. I'm always looking, and I often say a lot of times, give me somebody who's smart. They may not always have the background that you would want. They may not have the same level of training or education that you think that position should have. But are they bright? Are they energetic? Do they want to advance themselves and collaborate? that's the key.
Thank you. Hi. Mr. Porter, what will be your secret when it comes to prioritizing, organizing, managing time, and evaluating how effectively we are using our resources?
Well, one of the things that I have done, and I would probably continue to do, would be to track my own time. When I went from being outside counsel, even though I was working at the township, I was still running my own practice. Of course, I tracked all my time. I billed my time. When I came in-house, my secretary at the time said, "Oh, that's great. We're not going to have to do time anymore." And I said, "Oh, no, that is not the case. We're going to track everything we do for every department and every project." And my time, I have timesheets going back 15 years. I can tell you what I did on any particular day, whether it was for the township board, whether it was for the planning department, whether it was for the zoning board of appeals. So part of managing your time is knowing where you spend your time. And that's the one thing I've done. I would continue to do. That would be my way of overseeing and managing where I spend my time. I think it's been important because over the years, one of the first criticisms that the township got was, "What in the world are you doing with a full-time attorney? He's got to be sitting in his office eating donuts and drinking coffee." And I said, well, here's the report, and my board gets my report every single month, and they are able to see where their money is spent because it's where my time is spent. So my secret is tracking myself, watching where I spend my time.
Thank you for that. How many people have you directly supervised, and how would you describe your management style?
Over the years, probably, on a regular basis, maybe 4, 5 people probably at the most. In a small firm, you don't have typically a large staff. But at the township, one of the interesting things there is we've had turnover in department heads. And so I've become, I would say, a mentor to almost all of our department heads because they're all young, usually 35, 40, and they're just learning their craft. But as the legal department can help shape and mold their development, planning, zoning, public works, I've enjoyed doing that. So in that context, probably 10, 12 different people. I like to have meetings where we share ideas on, what you're planning, what you're proposing to develop, what's your idea for how to deal with a particular project. And I like to hear first from Public Works. I like to hear first from planning and zoning. What are your goals and objectives? And so management style really comes down to more a matter of trying to take those ideas, integrate those in a way that complies with the law in a fashion that is cooperative with the community, not combative. And so my management style is more collaboration than anything else.
Again, Mr. Porter, could you tell us what the most important, long-lasting initiative you developed regarding employee growth and development? And can you share how did you know it was successful?
Well, I don't know that it was a formal initiative, but anytime somebody came on board, one of my practices has always been to go to any new employee and tell them, yes, I work for the township board. State law says I work directly for the township board. But I've tried to let every new employee within any department know that my door is always open. I have had the most enjoyment out of seeing people walk through the door, and it might even be a question they're afraid to ask their department head or somebody else. And to have them come in and ask me, well, what do you think? How would you deal with this? Have you, again, I've been doing this quite a while. Have sat in on a lot of different projects, and the approach to have an open door, to simply say, come and ask me a question, and I don't go then down the hall and tell somebody else, can you believe it? This kid didn't know, what this was or that was or how to do this. That's all between them and myself. And so as far as a official program, no. As far as an unwritten rule, I guess, people know my door is always open.
Mr. Porter, you've talked a lot about collaboration. Getting to a collaborative agreement on contentious or difficult issues can be difficult. Walk us through a time when you faced a particularly divisive problem, and tell us how you approached getting the parties to a win-win decision.
Oh, wow. I think probably one of the most difficult things that I've faced over the last few years directly involves the city of Kalamazoo, and that has to do with the water negotiations. Trying to work through all of the nuances and trying to stress that we're better together than we are separately. What did I do? I was not the lead negotiator, but at all the committee meetings when they met with council, I was there. And one of the things I kept trying to encourage was patience, dialogue, focus on the benefits. I think you have to, if you're negotiating a difficult situation, you have to let the other party know what's the benefit to them. Not only, and actually look at it from their perspective. You can't only look for what's going to benefit you as an individual or a community. You have to look at what is good for the long-term benefit of a community as a whole. And I think that's been one of the greatest things that's happened in the Kalamazoo area in my entire career, was putting that together and working as a unified group.
Here we go. So if you could talk to us a little bit about your understanding of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how you would envision you and the department that you would supervise incorporating this as part of your mission.
Oh, that is one of the things I really appreciate. Did I go out again? Oh,
No,
sorry.
okay, yeah.
You're right, got to be real close.
Yeah.
The thing I appreciate about the city is everything that it's doing in that area. When it comes to diversity, I think my first experience with really trying to understand that was raising a child who was different. And that affected me to my core, because there were times when there were tears. There were times when there were challenges because people didn't understand simply being different. So as far as diversity goes, I think it starts with an understanding of what it means to be a greater community. And I know the attorneys in your office, and I know they share that goal. As far as doing equity, in order to do equity, you have to understand the inequities that exist. And I don't know that I fully understand all of inequity, but I see a lot in our society. And I see people striving to fix those inequities. So to do equity, the first thing is to understand where the inequities are. and then reach out and try to address those. When you do that, if you do that, if you embrace diversity, if you look to make a system more equitable, people think of Lady Justice and the scales. Well, sometimes Lady Justice just needs to take her mask off and look at what our society really is. Don't paint it in an unnatural light. Look at it for what it is. There are inequities. There's inequities in income. There's inequities based on the color of somebody's skin. You've got to see that. If you address that, if you recognize it, then you will reach your ultimate goal, which is inclusivity. And of all the communities in the area, and again, I praise my township board for everything that it's doing. Does it have the ability to do more? Probably not, because of resources. This community has the support behind it to do just that. And that's one of the exciting things about Kalamazoo. You are on the cutting edge. You are doing more every day, and that's exciting to see.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to, we flipped a page on my last question, and there were a couple follow-ups there, which I didn't see until we went on. And so I just want to jump back to those just a second here. And those are, I think, very particular just to us doing the work here. So if you don't mind, I'll just jump back to an earlier question, which was, what's the most important role a commission plays in the success of community's future, and so on. You talked about having a vision there for this commission. But the follow-up questions, I guess, for me are, what tools or techniques do you use to ensure the commission is always well prepared to make the best possible decision? And then it's just a follow-up that, do you find it best to provide the commission with recommendations for actions or merely options from which to choose?
Well, number one, what I do, again, with my board would be what I would expect to do with the city council, and that is to keep you informed. I write, memorandums. I don't try to write tomes. I try to get to the point, address the issue, provide as much background information as possible, and then I will come up with a recommendation often, but knowing that there's never one answer sometimes, and there's not always a unified agreement on what the answer should be from a board or a council, I will provide alternatives as well. So number one is keeping my board informed. A lot of that is through written correspondence and memorandum. That's key.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Porter, we're almost there. Where do you see yourself in 3 years? And if you were looking back at your time in Kalamazoo, what do you hope we have accomplished together?
In 3 years, I would hope that I was extremely familiar with the process. I would hope that I've helped advance the legal department and made sure that I'm a collaborator, part of that overall team, that I've helped the various departments and the council. As far as in 3 years, where would I like to see the city overall? I would like to see some advancements, and I don't know that it's all within the city's ability in the area of affordable housing. It's such, if you look at the reports coming out of W.E. Upjohn, we are so far behind in keeping up with that. It's really reached a critical mass. We've really got to focus on that as an issue.
Okay. So one more question, and you started to address this. We have a housing ordinance in the city aimed at making shelter available to those sometimes denied access. Part of that ordinance requires that a landlord cannot deny a person a lease based on source of income. Do you believe such an ordinance is enforceable?
I don't know that I have all of the research to give you a qualified legal. However, I would say this. I think we need to do everything we can to make sure there's more equity in the housing market, in the rental community. And if it means pushing the envelope, just like challenging the state attorney general's office, if you have to do that, you do it. Some of those battles you'll win, some you'll lose. But is it I commonly say, is it the hill worth dying on? To create more equity in our housing market for people that can't get housing, is that a hill worth dying on? Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone here. We've gone through our list of questions at this point, and actually, there weren't 21 questions. I think we skipped a number or two. I thought it was going to work out completely evenly here, but as I was confused and looking back and trying to do some quick math, I see that there is, let me see, no number 16. Maybe there was something else. So anyway, we have gotten through our list of questions, and thanks again for taking time to walk through all that with us. At this point, do you have questions for us?
I have a few. First of all, I want to say thank you for the opportunity to interview. It's always a challenge, especially when you haven't done an interview for 30 years. It's a little different. With regard to the attorney's office, I know the staff there. I don't know them intimately, but would the attorney, chief counsel, have the authority to arrange or rearrange how that office operates? I'm just thinking I'm a very collaborative type person, and again, I don't know whether the office currently has segmented jobs or how it operates. Would I have the latitude as the city attorney to evaluate that and perhaps rearrange workloads and duties of the attorneys within that office?
Well, maybe I'll start on that here, and I know you're familiar with our charter, and that we are going through this process because the city commission, hires our city attorney. Outside of that, you have the opportunity to manage the workload and how that occurs in the attorney's office. That is not for us to tell you how to do. I don't know if you want to add anything to that, Attorney Robinson?
No, I don't really have anything to add. I will point out the charter is unique in that it does say that the city attorney is in charge of the law department, and as a result of being an appointee of the commission, you have a lot of latitude in how the law department operates.
Okay.
Thanks, Attorney Robinson.
In addition to that, I was very impressed with the committees and the commissions that you have within the community. And I guess my question is, as the city attorney, would you have the opportunity to choose the committees that you might sit with all the committees? Is there somebody from the law department on each and every committee? And if so, would I be able to choose the ones that I find particularly interesting?
So that is also a very good question, because there are a lot of committees and boards, and there is not always someone from the law department that sits in on every one of those meetings. I think there are some in particular, and I know maybe Attorney Robinson, you can talk a little bit about how those decisions are made in the office, but if you chose yourself to attend every one of those subcommittees and boards with the whole range of powers they have, I mean, that would be more than a full-time job in itself. So Attorney Robinson, do you want to talk about how that's handled at your office now?
Thank you. Currently, there are, as indicated, a lot of citizen boards, and the ones that we generally have attendance at are Zoning Board of Appeals, Planning Commission, Building Board of Appeals, again, more the, if you will, the quasi-judicial boards where there might be need for legal guidance. And on occasion, when an issue comes up, we might sit in at the request of a department head, a variety of boards. I have attended on occasion the the Environmental Concerns Committee. I've attended meetings of the Municipal Golf Association. I think what else?
Civil Rights Board.
Civil Rights Board. We do have a presence on that board. So the rest of the boards usually kind of, again, historically have operated somewhat on their own, but when there's a need for legal attendance, we make somebody available. But the mayor is correct. If you and/or staff had attended every meeting, there'd be very little time for much else.
No, you would have to be selective, I understand that.
Right, but obviously, you have a great deal of, I mean, it could happen that we are all liaisons to various boards as well. So I could contemplate a time when someone might reach out to your office and say, hey, I think it's important you come to this next meeting. This has been being discussed, or a staff liaison might have that same request. But beyond that, there's, a fair amount of flexibility in determining how you would prioritize your time and those that you work with in your office in terms of attending various boards and commissions.
And if I may, one of the things that the office has been involved in, but we are kind of moving away from, was the Foundation for Excellence. I served with the permission of this board as counsel for both the city and the Foundation for Excellence, but recently Foundation of Excellence, which I think they are permitted to do, hired their own counsel. And the other entities that have their own counsel are the DDA, Downtown Development Association, and until very recently, and I continue to work with the Brownfield Redevelopment Board and the Economic Development Corporation. They had a executive committee meeting at 7:30 this morning that I attended before I went to this meeting. But again, they're moving also to getting, as they're permitted under statute, their own attorney. So that is one responsibility that will be moving away from the city attorney's office into a private relationship between that board and their own legal staff or legal counsel.
Okay. Well, those are the key questions that I had for the board, is just latitude, ability to get involved, because if there's any community in the area that's dynamic and that would be an exciting opportunity, it would be the city of Kalamazoo.
Well, thank you very much again. I really appreciate your time and your interest. Great to spend some time with you here this morning. As you know, we have a couple other interviews coming up, and those are going on here into the day. I don't know really what our process will be today. That's for us to determine after the interviews are over. So once again, thank you very, very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you all.
There was a misnumbering. I'm sorry, there we go. Thank you, Scott. So I'm back on at this point. So I think the best thing for us at this point is to have a motion for a recess, and then we will reconvene in time for our next interview, which we'll start a few moments before 10:30. It will start at 10:30. So can I have a motion for recess at this time?
So moved.
Motion made by
Support.
Commissioner Hoffman, supported by Commissioner Hess. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay? All right, we are in recess for approximately half an hour.
Okay.
and I'm bringing this meeting back to order. Just as a reminder for anybody who might be tuning in or new here to the chambers, we officially opened this meeting at 8:30 this morning. This meeting is specifically for interviewing candidates, 3 candidates who are applying for our city attorney position here. So we called that to order this morning. There was an opportunity for public comments at that time for this meeting. There were no public comments from either the chambers here or from call-in. So then we went on to our work session. Our work session is 3 interviews. We finished our first interview, which started at 9 with Mr. James Porter. And now we are beginning our second interview. And we welcome Mr. William Kim. Thank you for attending and participating in this process. So very nice to have you here. I also appreciate that you were here for our meet and greet last night, and people got a chance to speak with you more informally. So now we get the real formal part of the process. We'll get that started. So what we're going to do here is we have a list of about 20 questions, so we'll just, same questions we're asking everybody, we'll just work our way along, and we're going to take about an hour or so, so just keep that in mind as you answer the questions, and you'll have an opportunity to ask us some questions when we're done with that part. So you ready to get started?
Sure, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are going to go ahead and start this time. Oh yes, thank you. I'm reminded of this, is that this particular microphone is very sensitive as far as how far you are from it, so you actually have to get, I would say, uncomfortably close just to make sure everybody in the room can hear you, and of course, anyone who might be watching online. So,
Okay, does this work for, can you hear me now, or?
yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, perfect. So we started with our questions over here with Commissioner Juarez, so I think this time we'll start with Commissioner Decker with question 1.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, Mr. Kim. It was great to meet you last night. First question. Please give us a brief summary of your experience, particularly in regards to municipal law. Tell us why you applied to Kalamazoo and how you think your style and expertise will be a right fit for us.
Okay, well, I'm going to start going back to the beginning of my experience in municipal law. I began with the city of Lansing as an assistant city attorney there. In that capacity, I was primarily assigned as the legal advisor to the Lansing Police Department, but I also handled litigation, criminal prosecution, and other matters that the office covered. After a year and a half of there, I ended up going to the city of Flint, where I've been since then, starting out there as an assistant city attorney again. For a good chunk of that, I was assigned as legal advisor to the Flint Police Department. I also handled a significant amount of litigation on behalf of the city of Flint, essentially representing the city or its employees or officials in various lawsuits that were pending against in terms of why so that's kind of the capsule bio. I was named as the city attorney for the city of Flint earlier this year on the resignation of the then current city attorney, and I've served as the city attorney for Flint since then. In terms of why I was interested in the position here, I try to stay on top of what other municipalities in the state are doing, because we're all kind of operating in a similar environment and have a lot of times face a lot of similar issues. So keeping track of that has kind of been something that I've always done, and kind of seeing what kind of things are going on in various cities and what various cities are dealing with has always been kind of interesting to me. And I've seen the issues kind of that have been that make the media, I suppose, as to what Kalamazoo is dealing with, and it seems like there's a lot of progress being made here and a lot of kind of good work that's being done that would be interesting and challenging work.
Mayor, I have a follow-up to that question. Is that okay?
So I'm going to ask our city attorney about that, and if there's any other input here. Can we ask questions that, okay, would not have happened with the previous candidate, correct?
If there might be something this candidate says that the commissioner wants clarification on,
okay,
that's acceptable.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thanks.
Good morning, Mr. Kim. I just wanted to go back to that first question and ask you about your style and expertise. what would make that the right fit for Kalamazoo?
My style, I guess my style of leadership, like leadership and management style, I like to think that it's based on trust. In terms of working with a staff of other attorneys and professionals, you have to be able to trust what they're doing, and they have to have a trust in leadership and management as well. Essentially, the whole reason why I think you have to have staff is because the job is too big for one person. If you're not going to, be able to trust and rely on your staff, then there's kind of some issues that need to be addressed, before the actual work can get done. And from my perspective, the most important thing is kind of, getting the work done and having, making sure that the objectives are being achieved, or that at least progress is being made towards achieving those objectives.
Thank you. My next question is, I would like to know a little bit more about you as an individual and what occupies your time outside of work.
Well, I'm recently married, so my family is important to me, and in addition to that, I've got a number of hobbies that I suppose they're kind of in the more artistic side, but also I've been fortunate enough to have a large portion of the positions that I'm holding be meaningful enough that I think the work that I do is also important to me as well. So, and my family understands that and is very supportive of that as well.
Okay, Mr. Kim, thank you. Thanks for being here. So my question is, from your resume, it appears that you have a career filled with accomplishments. Tell us about two you are most proud of.
Well, one I think is, in the city of Flint, obviously we had the Flint water crisis that occurred in 2014. That most of those occurred actually prior to my arriving at the city, but the kind of litigation and cases related to that has kind of been the bulk of what I was doing for about 5 or 6 years. We had well over 100 separate lawsuits that were filed against the city by its own residents, naming the city and a number of former officials and employees as defendants, and kind of coordinating that, the litigation of those matters, doing a lot of substantive work myself, and doing so in a way that really worked to kind of control the costs of that, to both effectively represent the city, but at the same time our costs were significantly less than, for example, what the state was paying to defend in those actions. And ultimately, I think we achieved the best result that we could for the city and its residents, which was to, we tentatively entered into the settlement, which was approved by Judge Levy in the federal courts, and we're waiting for the appeals to finalize on that, so that payments can be made on the settlement in that case. But that was a lot of work, and I feel very proud about the work that that me and my team did in that to make that happen. And in kind of another accomplishment that has been, I guess, something that I take pride in, is kind of working in the last year as a city attorney. I've been working to kind of streamline's not the right word, but kind of improve the documentation and procedures that the law department, and really that the city of Flint is using across the city. It's maybe not the most exciting kind of work or accomplishments, but I think it's helped streamline some operations, identify some kind of weaknesses and or other issues that we can improve on as an organization. And so that's kind of an ongoing process, but I think that has it's gotten started, and I think it's going to end up with the city being in a better place.
Thank you.
So if you're offered a position in Kalamazoo, what do you intend to do to be sure you're part of the community?
I think I don't think it's possible to represent the city without being a part of the community in some way. At least not to do so, not to be able to represent the city effectively as a city attorney. in terms of, specific actions, like I've always thought that it was important to, even when handling, minor litigation actions, to actually go visit the scenes of where whatever instance occurred to kind of get that firsthand feel of what's going on there. I think, listening to members of the community and to listening to community groups and concerns they have is also important. Within, there are obviously limitations that for the city attorney, because the city attorney is the attorney for the city itself. And so there needs to be a certain amount of caution in terms of that city attorney's office can't give legal advice to the community. But ultimately, I think it boils down to that, like, what our client, as a municipal law office, the client is the city government itself, which is led by here the city commission. And so, your priorities are obviously to be responsive to and hear the concerns of the residents of the city. And so, it's therefore also important for the city attorney's office to be able to hear and listen to those concerns, even if we may not be able to directly do something for the residents. We can assist the rest of city government in taking care of those needs and being responsive to those concerns.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Kim. When we call on the individuals who have worked with you over the years, what will they tell us about you?
Well, I would hope that they would say that that I work hard, and I work well with the various people that I've worked with over the years. Practicing law is one of those weird things where at the same time that it's a lot of individual effort, ultimately it's the effort of a team that really gets significant work done. For all the kind of law and order moments that make the news and stuff, there's hours and hours of work by other fellow attorneys or support staff to put somebody in a position where they can make those arguments or execute whatever negotiations or contracts. Somebody might be taking lead, but that's always going to be a team effort. And if there's not kind of that consolidated effort towards a single goal, then the outcome is probably not going to be as effective as it could have been.
Good morning, Mr. Kim. What would your first 3 months look like at City of Kalamazoo?
Assuming that there are no major crises of sorts, which is always a hopeful assumption, I think the initial stages would definitely need to be as much listening as it is anything else, because obviously Mr. Robinson has been in position for a number of years, which so there's going to be kind of practices that are that everybody's kind of used to, both within the law department and with in other agencies, and kind of figuring out how things work and not making changes for the sake of making changes, but trying to figure out exactly what's working, what could be working better, and also making sure that I understand kind of what your priorities as a commission are. What are the priorities of the city that you guys are setting forth, and is how the office is organized and what we're doing kind of in line with that, and working towards those goals. So I can't really say more than that without frankly knowing a whole lot more. That really can only come from kind of hands-on, kind of seeing what's happening and what specific issues are in front of all the attorneys.
So there's some follow-up there. I don't know if you want to take advantage of those, Chris.
Sure. Let's see, you talked about listening more than anything, but could you talk a little bit more about what specific things you'd want to learn more about?
One, I would definitely want to become familiar with the kind of background and strengths of the staff that I'd be working with. I've always felt that it's a matter of working. You want your staff to succeed, because having your staff succeed is how an office succeeds. So putting a square peg into a round hole with a hammer is not going to, ultimately have the best outcome for what you're trying to seek. So understanding what staff is capable of, what they're interested in, and trying to work within that to the extent possible, ends up in a better outcome for everybody. In terms of other like outside of the legal department generally, really a lot of talking to the other department heads, and to find out what kind of their priorities are for their departments, to find out what they're happy with, what they may want to see differently. Sometimes that's possible, sometimes it's not, but I think it's important to discuss those matters with them and listen to what they have to say, and definitely not least, but also talking to you all as a commission and as individuals to hear what your priorities are. Again, as a commission, you guys set the priorities for the city, so understanding what those priorities are is, I think, really kind of key to being able to effectively address those priorities.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. What do you see in Kalamazoo that sets us apart from other places you've worked? And what particular skills, talents, or experience do you have that will make your tenure here successful?
Things that set aside Kalamazoo from other places I've worked, the most obvious is the form of government that you have here with a commission manager form of government. Both the city of Lansing and the city of Flint have a strong mayor council form of government, so that's different than those two areas. I think with a commission manager form of government, even though it may not seem that on the surface, I think that streamlines something in terms of reducing. There's sometimes is a tension when you have between a strong mayor and a city council, in that they are independent co-equal branches of government that kind of each have their own defined areas of responsibility. Whereas here, kind of similar with a city manager, this commission's responsibility is to set those priorities, and it's the city employees led by the city managers who execute those, and so it's a little bit more clear cut in a lot of ways to work with. And I'm sorry, can you repeat the second part of that question?
Yeah, it's what particular skills and talents or experiences you have that will make your tenure here successful?
I think I would boil that down to two things. One is, I think dealing with the issues that I've had to deal with in the past has given me a large experience in multitasking, basically juggling multiple priorities that are going on at the same time, and frankly trying to balance out potentially conflicting priorities. And yeah, dealing with that's kind of a necessity in the day-to-day on litigation-wise, but also trying to balance litigation and policy development, contractual negotiations, all those kinds of issues. Keeping all the balls in the air so that nothing is falling and hitting the ground and getting lost under a table someplace is a constant challenge. And but it's also something that I think I've been dealing with for many years now. And the other thing is, I think an understanding that ultimately, again, like I mentioned earlier, it's kind of the effort of the team. If you have an office, it's potentially inefficient to basically not utilize that office to its fullest extent. And to do that, you need to really develop that trust relationship with the rest of your team, so that that they can go off and feel confident in making within boundaries and guidelines appropriate decisions to move their own matters forward, so that one person doesn't have to kind of micromanage everything at the same time, because that just will ultimately, I think that just slows everything down, and ultimately it leads to those balls getting dropped and rolling under a table someplace and getting forgotten until it becomes a much bigger problem than it could have been.
From what you have learned from us, learned about us, sorry about that, what do you think are our two biggest challenges will be in the next 3 years? And how would you tackle them, and what processes will you follow?
Well, based on kind of the conversations I had with many of you last night and with members of the community last night, I think it was pretty clear to me that kind of the two major concerns that I walked away with were, one, kind of various housing-related issues here in the city, ranging from affordable housing to discriminatory housing practices, kind of addressing those. The second thing that I walked away from was a very strong concern from many of you and from members of the community about that the city be effectively addressing DEI type issues, both kind of internally within the city and also within the community itself. And I think, like I tried to say to most of you guys, is I think the role of the law department is to really work with what I've always kind of referred to as the line departments, and that would be like kind of the departments that are directly interfacing with the residents of the city, to work with them to help them achieve the those objectives in those areas, because ultimately frankly, most of the time when residents are dealing with the law department directly, it generally falls into the category of either there's some sort of business or contractual type of development going on, or frankly, there's some sort of adversarial proceeding of some sort that involves the residents. And so, and there are some circumstances under which, at least in my experience, the law department is going to be working with kind of community groups in terms of developing policy and proposals and things like that. But that, in my experience, that's almost always going to be in conjunction with another city department or city personnel who are going to be, kind of ultimately tasked with, executing whatever policies are developed or things in those areas. So, if you're looking at what would be the major things in the next 3 years in those areas, I think, really sounds like the city, and it looks like the city has already kind of taken some steps forward in addressing both of those issues. I think the implementation of that, it looks like is where you guys are looking to have more effort placed, and also kind of refining, I guess, ultimately, refining what's being done to make it more effective. And sometimes there's, sometimes you can do that on a theoretical basis by, looking at what's kind of on paper and what's happening. But sometimes there's no real substitute but to take a few steps forward and see what's working and, constantly trying to, improve what's going on. So, you take a few steps and you see, okay, this worked, this didn't work. Try to keep with what's working and, figure out what's not working and what changes need to be made to make it work better. Does that answer your questions, ma'am?
Yes, sorry. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
As an attorney, has there ever been a time when you made a recommendation that you wish you could have changed? Tell us about how you handled it and what would you do differently now, if anything?
Well, like I just kind of mentioned, sometimes you're making, sometimes as an attorney, you're having to give advice based on, theoretical understandings of situations, which can mean that basically that advice doesn't necessarily take into account every factor that was there, because sometimes advice is needed on a very quick basis. When I was the legal advisor of the police department, occasionally I would have sergeants or lieutenants calling me and essentially, needing some fairly immediate guidance in some, fairly specific situations. And my kind of practice, was, one, if it was, a lot of times that would be something that would have to go, I would kind of direct them to go to contact the prosecutor's office, because that would be kind of more in their area. But in other times, I would try to really make sure that I understood what the situation was. But sometimes my understanding was, incomplete or inaccurate, and despite the best efforts of, whoever officers were involved, there was something's there. So when there's information missing, sometimes it necessarily can limit the totality of the advice that's given. I've tried, in those circumstances, I've tried to make sure that, I understood what was going on, the full tenets of the situation, that understanding was shared between me and whoever it was that I was advising. But ultimately, sometimes you have to you have to make your best effort to doing that within the context of the information that you have.
Thank you.
Okay, what do you believe is the most important skill a city attorney can have when it comes to city attorney-commission relationship success? And tell us about a time you had to rely on that talent to build or improve relationships.
I don't know if it's a skill, but I think the relationship requires trust. In my current relations with the Flint City Council, like I said, there is sometimes that tension between the City Council and the mayor because of the way that the city government is set up. But when I was appointed and was confirmed, I tried to have meetings and explain to my philosophy in that situation, which was that ultimately, my job was to represent the city of Flint, and my allegiance, such as it speaks, wasn't to any individual elected official, but was rather to the city's charter itself. And where I always felt that the city's charter assigned, right duties, responsibilities, that's what I would be following. And so sometimes, sometimes I can have disagreements with the council members or with the mayor, and it's my job. I figure I'm not doing my job if I'm not expressing, my concerns to them in a professional and in a professional manner. The challenge sometimes, and I've tried to explain this to people, is that is that with a strong mayor, I can fairly easily meet with a mayor, and give advice in a closed setting. Sometimes that's more difficult when the questions are coming in the middle of a meeting such as this, and it's a public meeting, and there's that concern of, by giving advice in a public meeting, essentially, attorney-client privilege is being waived, and that's generally, I understand and respect the need for transparency, but at the same time, privilege. I think the ability for council members or commission members such as yourself to consult with the city attorney is also invaluable, and privilege is not something that should be kind of waived cavalierly. It should kind of be a more formal decision if privilege should be waived in any kind of circumstance.
Okay, thank you.
So we're just a little bit past our halfway point here. What is the most important role the commission plays in the success of a community's future? And what will you do to assure that we would be effective in that task?
Okay, I think the commission as kind of the policy-making body for the city, that kind of says right there what I think is the largest role is. It's the commission's job to set the goals and objectives for city government. I don't have the connection that you all have with your constituents. I was not elected by them. I did not campaign for that, in front of them. And so, really, I have to rely upon, you as the city commission or whatever elected body to basically represent your constituents and to set the policies that you think are important. I think it's important, that to accomplish those goals, I think it's a continual process of trying to figure out what works, what's working, what's not working, whether it's moving towards your goals effectively or whether it's not. And I'm not I'm not blind that there are obviously sometimes concerns more than just, raw efficiency. There's obviously the need to, get community buy-in on things, to make sure that the community understands what's going on, that they're, to do that, because that trust relationship kind of like, that I kind of mentioned between, the city attorney and the elected officials also needs to exist between the elected officials and the residents. And if the community doesn't feel that its needs are being addressed, or at least that those needs are being understood, and that actions are being taken, I think it ultimately compromises the ability to succeed in the long run.
Hey, just a couple follow-up questions on that, and you've done some answering here already, but what tool or technique would you use to ensure the commission is always well-prepared to make the best possible decision? And would you find it best to provide the commission with recommendations for actions, or just merely options from which to choose?
As an attorney, this is kind of my philosophy has always been that, like, I'm happy to give my recommendations, but kind of my recommendations are always going to come within the context of, this is the structure of the law, and this is what can and can't work under the law, and this is, because there's very rarely I've found a perfect solution to any kind of issue, or even a perfect method for doing something under under whatever applicable codes or statutes or what laws that we're talking about here. A lot of times there's going to be different options, and so, like, there may be, presenting the options, but in order to give my recommendations for what options might work better in a given circumstance, I also have to be able to have an understanding of I guess not just what it is that you're trying to achieve, but also, like, what kind of maybe lies behind that. Because sometimes, it's a fine line. Sometimes there are times when the method being used to achieve something matters significantly, and there are times when the method used to achieve something doesn't matter at all. So being able to make that determination kind of really requires understanding not just what goal that you're trying to achieve, but kind of what's underlying that goal, so that, because the methods used to achieve something, to determine whether or not that they are going to be ultimately kind of productive, a lot of times will kind of require that digging a bit deeper into understanding what's going on. And kind of frankly, the more complex that the issue is, kind of the more time it will take to make that determination. I know that's sometimes frustrating to any people, the residents, you guys, but especially when you're talking about developing programs or executing programs, just because we can make staff decisions doesn't necessarily mean that that's the best way to do it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Kim, are you more of a manager or a leader? And can you describe how you exemplify the best of this quality?
I like to think that I'm a leader more than a manager. I think management is about kind of allocating resources and tracking metrics and tracking activities and things like that. Leadership is about inspire might be the wrong word, but basically, encouraging your people to work towards a common goal. Management can involve, micromanagement is still management. I don't think it's effective or necessarily the best way to do things, but it's still there. But but micromanagement is not leadership. Because to be an effective leader, kind of go back to what I said earlier, you have to have that, relationship of trust that you're building or have built with the people that you're working with. Because ultimately you are, you're setting forth goals for them to achieve. You need to trust that they'll be able to accomplish those goals, and by providing them with what tools, resources, training, whatever they need to accomplish those goals. And kind of along with the recognition that, you know, one person can't do everything. It's a quick way to burn out, I think.
Thank you.
Mr. Kim, when hiring a new employee to join your team, what skills and characteristics would they need to possess and why?
Obviously, that's going to depend exactly on the position, but one thing that has always been important to me, and that when I've been running hiring processes myself, has been basically ethics. Ultimately, you know, when it comes to lawyers particularly, and, you know, legal support staff, our training tends to make us relatively flexible and quick to learn in different areas. So as long as they can meet a certain, I guess, baseline for skills and training, I generally will feel relatively confident that the specifics of the duties is something that they can learn and be taught. But when it comes to kind of ethics and, you know, the professional standards for attorneys and, you know, the ethical standards for, you know, government employees, it can be taught as well, but that's not something that I necessarily want to take a risk on if they feel that there's a concern there.
Thank you. What will be your secret to prioritizing, organizing, managing time, and evaluating how effectively you are using our resources?
I don't know if it's a secret, but I think it's what I found is that there needs to be a continual self-assessment process. Not saying that like every minute is, you know, I'm trying to question myself and what I'm doing, but I think it's important that regularly, I found it's important that I regularly, you know, take some time to essentially assess where the status of various projects, where various activities are going, the effectiveness of, you know, what's going on, and also just to kind of make sure that all the balls that are in the air are still in the air, and that something hasn't, you know, out of the dozen or 2 dozen balls that are being juggled, that one hasn't managed to bounce off another one and roll under a table someplace to be ignored until it becomes a bomb. So, but really, I think it's just, it takes a conscious effort to do that, because there's a lot of, a colleague of mine once referred to them as squirrels, you know, distracting things that come up and you want to chase after them, but sometimes they need to be chased after, but at the same time, there's a lot of other things going on, and so it's important to make a conscious effort to keep track of all of those things so that, you know, everything that needs to be taken care of is getting taken care of.
Mr. Kim, how many people have you directly supervised, and how would you describe your management style?
In my current office, we have myself, we have authorized strength of 7 additional attorneys and 2.5 support staff. We're a little bit under that right now. So at the most, we were at 9 people that were in our office, not counting the temporary externs and interns and stuff like that. My management style, I'm not the biggest fan of, like, I guess, corporate buzzwords and things like that. So I'm not sure if the terms that I'm using are necessarily what's commonly used. But like I've kind of said earlier, I've tried to base that on trust, and part of building that trust is making sure that that staff understands what needs to happen, and that I understand, make sure that I understand who's who's working on things, and kind of in general what activities are going on. I've always kind of believed that you can delegate authority, but you can't delegate responsibility. So ultimately, the success or lack of success in the office remains the responsibility of whoever is in charge. But if you don't delegate the authority to actually accomplish those goals, you're really just handicapping yourself and ultimately making it less likely that the office will succeed in its goals.
Mr. Kim, what is the most important, long-lasting initiative you developed regarding employee growth and development? And how did you know you were successful?
I don't know if it's a formal initiative, but one of the things that I've been trying to do as a city attorney is to encourage my staff to, in Flint, is to encourage my staff to prioritize basically their own professional development and training. I've made the requests / fought for, budget so that my people could attend, Michigan Municipal Association Municipal Attorney, trainings, other kind of trainings that are put on with the state. Obviously, there's budgetary limitations on. I can't, I don't have the budget to send my office to Hawaii for the legal training of whatever it is. But within reason, I've tried to be flexible and make sure that the resources are available for people to attend trainings in areas, and also to kind of spread that out so that various people in the office have a chance to kind of develop, I guess, niche skill sets or knowledge bases that can then be resources for the rest of the office. So, for example, there was a legal training held up in I think it was Traverse City like several months ago that was kind of focused on marijuana issues and marijuana law in Michigan, and having one attorney, making sure that we had one attorney who was attending that, at least took some steps to having that knowledge kind of be an immediate resource that we could access within our office. So that's really kind of, really, some of that has to be somewhat, individually driven, but kind of making sure that those opportunities are available, I think is part of, effectively running the department.
Vice Mayor Cooney, would you mind asking your special question right now?
Okay. So, Mr. Kim, as you know, we have a housing ordinance in the city aimed at making shelter available to those sometimes denied access. Part of that ordinance requires that a landlord cannot deny a person a lease based on source of income. Do you believe such an ordinance is enforceable?
In theory, yes. I did kind of look at the ordinance that you're talking about last night after the meet and greet. And I didn't see anything that would render that provision unenforceable. The question, of course, is always going to be how do you prove that, and how do you establish that case, and what resources are available to run the gamut, because it's not just a matter of having a lawyer who's able to walk into court, and saying we're filing an action because we think that this landlord is, basically denying it based on whatever. We have to point to a specific incident where we think that occurred, and then we have to show why we think that's the reason, as opposed to any other possible reason that could do that. Sometimes it's a straightforward case to make. Sometimes it's much less straightforward. So it's hard to kind of answer that question in a specific manner. But without essentially digging into the specific circumstances that we're trying to address here.
Thank you.
At this point, we have 3 questions left, so I will defer to you, Commissioner Hess, and we can finish that out right here.
Okay. Getting to a collaborative agreement on contentious or difficult issues can be difficult. Walk us through a time when you faced a particularly divisive problem and tell us how you approached getting the parties to a win-win decision.
The kind of standard answer to that is you work to find the answer where everybody is equally unhappy. sometimes that's the ends up being the best goal, and then everybody puts the best face on the what's the final agreement. It's going to depend on the situation. If you're really looking for a win-win situation, you really want to go more than that, though. You don't want to go in a situation where everybody's equally unhappy. You want to go into end up with a situation where at least everybody has, I guess, their minimum goals or requirements met. Because ultimately, if one side has to give up so much that they're not meeting what their minimum kind of objectives are, ultimately agreements are words on paper that can one way or another be changed at a later date. So sometimes the process of trying to make it so that it's a more binding long-term agreement can involve essentially the parties needing to really understand what the other side's kind of baseline or core objectives are, and seeing if, not necessarily seeing if there's ways in which kind of you can horse trade, well, I'll give up this if you give up that, but try to see if there are ways in which to, I guess, bring those objectives into alignment so that they're kind of shared goals of the parties, and that they're and that way basically both sides have the motivation to kind of keep it going and keep it moving. To be frank, sometimes that's possible and sometimes it's not, because ultimately it takes two parties to form an agreement. So if it's very situational, very case by case. I know but not necessarily the most precise answer, but that's the one I can give there.
Hey, Mr. Kim, what is your understanding of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how will you incorporate this into the department's mission?
Diversity, equity, inclusion, I think to me, it's kind of self-explanatory. It's trying to prioritize, coming up with a diverse workforce, coming up with a, equitable work groups, and doing what you do in a way that's, includes people rather than excludes people, to the extent that basically circumstances allow. Obviously, when it comes to litigation and some things like that, inclusion can only go so far, because the opposing party may want things that are incompatible with what the city is trying to accomplish. But at the same time, being able to listen to the other side and at least hear their concerns is kind of at least a minimum standard there. I think, as I mentioned last night, a lot of that really has to kind of happen on the front end in terms of the initial planning of things, so that it really becomes an organic part of the process. Trying to kind of impose DEI considerations kind of after the fact, it becomes you end up with a situation where you end up generating more resentment than I think than you would otherwise be trying to alleviate. But if you can kind of build those things in the fact, because when you're trying to forward those objectives, I think it's important to do them in a holistic and organic manner, so that the end result is just kind of a natural outflow of that, rather than it being something imposed on that, which, as I said, kind of can generate those feelings of resentment and ultimately, expose the city to different kinds of concerns in litigation.
Okay, here we go. Rounding third base, coming into home stretch. Where do you see yourself in 3 years? And if you were looking back at your time in Kalamazoo, what do you hope to have accomplished?
Looking down the road for 3 years is always kind of a tough thing, because frankly, the government is a constantly changing profession. I would like to think that in 3 years, not only I'm still working in government and that that I'm having a good relationship with whoever it is that is ultimately my client in that area. What I would like to have, what I would like to have accomplished here within 3 years. It's tough to say because, obviously, I know Mr. Robinson has been running the office, very well for the last, last couple decades, I believe, close to that. And so, I don't really have a baseline to say whether or not that there is, something that, I can point to and say, well, this is something that I think could be improved or not could be improved or that sort of thing. That's something that, it's going to take some time to review and identify if there are anything that, changes that I would want to make, and that basically would work within the kind of the systems and procedures and culture, I guess, for lack of a better word, here in Kalamazoo. I would like to think that I could point back to saying that I've worked cooperatively with the rest of city government, and particularly with this commission, and that we can point to some sort of some specific accomplishments that have, basically had a meaningful impact on the lives of the residents. What exactly that would be, I couldn't tell you. I think part of my philosophy of practicing municipal law is that those objectives come from you all as the electeds. And you can set those policies, and it's then the city employees and professionals. Our duty is to try to figure out how to execute those programs and make them and turn those objectives into a reality. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Juarez. So that finishes our list of formal questions for you. And now we are turning the tables here. And so here's an opportunity for you to ask us some questions.
Obviously, like it last night at the meet and greet, like I said, the two major concerns that I heard from many of you were the housing related issues that you guys are seeing with housing stock and access to housing and housing discrimination issues, as well as kind of generalized DEI type concerns and things like that. What other kind of, at this point I'm thinking more like kind of overall type things, what other issues do you see as commissioners that are kind of priorities for your next for the remainder of this term and potentially into the next your next terms?
Does someone want to jump in on that? Or I could start and then, okay. So from my perspective here, if you had followed it, we had a very, very long negotiation, which is not dissimilar from some of the experiences you've had in Flint related to water contracts. And so that contract took 7 years for us to settle. And now we have wastewater that's just beginning right now. So that will be a negotiation process that needs to occur to get that contract in place. We're very, very happy to achieve a 40-year contract, which has been something we've been battling about for a long, long time. That's huge for the region. So we've got that coming forward. We also have issues related to zoning issues. For example, we passed ordinances attempting to allow for more flexible housing development, ADUs, that sort of thing. And not so long ago, passed an emergency housing ordinance to allow for activities that actually aren't even currently permitted, like camping, structured camping, perhaps in the city of Kalamazoo. So we have, I would say, in addition to that, that regular work with our community planning and economic development department, and our work in attempting to create a community that really provides as broadly as possible opportunities and hope for everyone that lives here, and what other things come along with that will be the kinds of interesting things that get added on top of just your regular everyday work, whether it's managing, our Freedom of Information Act requests, which are no small number of those come in, and all the other regular activities related to enforcing ordinances and that sort of thing. So, other thoughts and additions, Commission?
Sure.
Vice Mayor?
So, three things that I'm especially interested in. First of all, dramatically impacting the inequality in the city. Second, helping our young people succeed. And third, cleaning our environment in certain areas of the city.
Commissioner Juarez?
Yeah, we just, the last commission declared gun violence a public health crisis. And that's been on our radar, and we've been working to bring some, resolution to that. And so that's a high priority for us. The homeless population, it's another topic and another priority for us to look at and think about also.
Yes, Commissioner Hoffman?
Thank you. Also, we have committed ourselves to becoming an anti-racist institution. And so what does that look like from our ordinances and our policies and our procedures internally, and how can we have a ripple effect with that into our community? It's very important to me.
So I think it was earlier this year, or maybe late last year, we set up 5 priorities in terms of really focusing and honing in from what we heard from community about just general priorities, but also related to how we're going to spend $38.9 million of ARPA money. And those priorities were housing, you mentioned, and youth, safety, infrastructure, and economic development. And, for me, it's really been about knowing that that's like community-driven input is really making sure that we're using this once-in-a-lifetime funding with ARPA, our aspirational funding through FFE, to make sure that we're largely helping our community repair the damages that were widened because of the pandemic and that existed beforehand. But in terms of, echoing up Don, like a really big one for me is for our youth, because I really believe that they were significantly and disproportionately impacted by those 2 years. So, yeah.
No short list. Other questions or thoughts?
Honestly, none that I can really think of at this time. I think.
Any final comments you'd like to make then, or?
I'd just like to thank you for the opportunity to interview here and to respond to your questions and listen to your concerns, and I look forward to hearing your decision.
Thank you very, very much. Just from all of us, just thank you for participating in this process. I know that's a risky and vulnerable thing to do, and I really appreciate you've made the effort to do that and spend time with us today. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So, those who are watching here in the chambers, this is a rather long undertaking we have going, and we were going to get into another recess time here. Our next interview is scheduled for 1 o'clock at this point, so we're going to take a recess. We may eat something, time to think, and we will then, after the motion is made to recess, we will come back then at 1 p.m. To continue with our interview process today. So can I have a motion to go into recess? Motion made by Commissioner Juarez.
Support.
Supported by Commissioner Decker. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, nay. All right, we are in recess. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm still going, I smell chili. What the heck?
who I know, somewhat, had dealings with him in the past. Both in Battle Creek and Perry County, too. And we have a good relationship, but he also can be very volatile. And I've seen that side of him.
Yeah, he's talking about working together and seeing the other side.
And I thought he oversold himself, but frankly, when he was talking about the water contract, he was obviously he was not a negotiator. And if he was working behind the scenes to help bring things together, I never saw any evidence of that.
Right.
So, okay, so he said the right things, but I thought he oversold himself. I don't know anything about Liz Pastula, but I got the impression maybe we should change that. It's kind of, she's my way or the highway kind of gal.
Yeah, see how that plays out, yeah.
But I think Mr. King, well, maybe it's my own prejudice, he seemed more like me, which I thought keeps the ship steady. The other thing is, unlike the other two candidates, but I understand he's kind of more roots on the ground kind of municipal attorney. Whereas, I know Ms. Pastula is corporate counsel in Detroit, but from her resume, I didn't see where she kind of got her hands dirty, if you will. It's more of a,
Hopefully that will come out.
and so where he's really been engaged in advising police departments, engaged in litigation, done some prosecution. He understands the role of, and I think he was, and that's the other thing, if he was at least acknowledged that he's working with a strong manager system, and he's coming to his commission manager system, which is a little different. I think he needs to have appreciation for that.
Oh, big time. Yeah.
I think, at least from my perspective, I think he would, keep the ship on. I mean, he's going to change course. That's fine. But I think it'll be interesting to hear what my staff has to say after they talk with him.
Well, the one thing I like was team. I kept talking about team, trust. So, that's huge.
It's the old boat chain the team.
Yeah, right.
So,
they're usually on their best behavior when they do these things.
That's true.
Yeah.
But I thought that he started out a little slow. I think some nervousness, but as he got more deeper in the interview, I could see that he got relaxed, and he was answering. I thought some very good answers.
Yeah.
So,
hey, do you ever talk to Anita at all?
Occasionally, when we have an issue that I need help on, or she needs help on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I had called her. I said, hey, you're not going to believe who's retired. That old dog, I can't believe it. So, yeah.
And we've made a commitment to maybe meet sometime for lunch or something, but it's never taken place. But
yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I'm happy with who we got.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, I always get the horrible people applying like day one. They shouldn't even be applying. And then the best ones always wait till the last minute. So I'm like week 1, week 2, week 3. I'm calling Miller, Canfield, Dickinson, right? I mean, I've never done more outreach than this. And this just wasn't happening. All of a sudden, those 3 came in.
You cast a wide net. Very diverse organization.
I talked to people that I didn't list on there. I mean, I went deep into the Detroit Law Department. I know people there, and I talked to all the finalists up in Grand Rapids. Now we're a city attorney for Royal Oak. Now we're a city attorney for Lansing. You know him?
No.
He was a finalist initially when we were doing Grand Rapids, and they weren't moving quick enough. We had who was the mayor at the time in Lansing?
Verge.
Yeah, Verge called him and said, hey, I'd like him to be the city attorney. That offer came in right as we were finalizing, and so we kind of reopened a little bit for Anita, for Hatner, but yeah, he has family here, the Lansing city attorney, in Grand Rapids and in Kalamazoo, grandkids and stuff. And I called him one day and I go, your wife and the grandkids told me to call you and say you absolutely have to apply to Kalamazoo. And he said, he called me back and goes, I love it. He said, we just can't do it right now. I need some more time.
Well, one of the other finalists, John Schenker.
Yeah.
He's with Michigan Municipal Risk Management.
I talked to him.
I him all the time.
He's the one that told me, I watched the meetings, I'm not doing it. He doesn't, I don't think he's a big fan of the phone calls and stuff. Yeah, oh my God. This has got to be the only city that does it. I talked to a lot of my other colleagues, the managers, it's like, what?
I think they do it for these too.
Well, yeah, they got a new manager down there. Yeah, there's sort of two sides. There's that crazy. There's so much good too going on here, and the resources to be able to do a lot of things. What's your plans when you're finally decide to hang? Do you think you'll still be involved somewhat? I mean, everybody in the league thinks you're like you walk on water. Everybody thought said, I've retired. It's a rely on us for so much. It's such a great resource. Good guy. Yeah. Yeah. Good.
Particularly if they need somebody, and I don't know who does the work now, in terms of the new elected officials academy that they have.
Yeah, I'm not sure who does that. A lot of people need that now.
It's true.
Yeah.
I'm afraid this group of people turn out, I mean, I don't know. Mayor is in his 60s.
Yeah, he's been, yeah, I think he said the
He
60s.
was, I think, elected just before I got appointed. He was on that team. Commissioner appointed him. So he's got some experience. Vice Mayor Cooney, he was there, I think, 2 terms before I got selected. Then he retired 2 years ago and he ran again. He was elected vice mayor. Decker and Hoffman and Juarez. Juarez was replaced Commissioner who resigned to take another position with the county. So they're in their first years.
Right.
For 4 years. He's finishing off a 2-year term, so he'll be up for re-election 2023. Cradle and Hess, they're in their last year of their first term. And I don't have a feeling that Commissioner Hess, who retired as K College volleyball coach,
Right.
probably wants to stay retired. So I don't know if she'll run again. Commissioner Cradle has got a young family. He has 2 or 3 boys who are starting to get.
And he's running a nonprofit?
Yeah, and so I think he may not run again. So there's going to be, and I think David Anderson's going to be in the same position as himself, and then he's got a spouse who says it's time to step away.
Yeah. You've seen the change then too, because I mean, this wasn't always a real progressive community.
No.
To the extent it isn't what's going on now.
It is,
Yeah.
when I was growing up here, it was pretty conservative.
It is every said, the west side of the state. It's like, well, but there's this place called Kalamazoo. It's this little enclave that's totally different. Yeah.
And to that end, even Grand Rapids has changed. That used to
Oh,
be
yeah.
a very conservative community as well.
Right,
That's
right.
started
Yep.
to change. So I think I credited the fact that we've got, for the size of the community, and I don't know, I have to check, it seems to me that we have a higher percentage of minorities, particularly African American and Hispanic. And then we've got the influence of both K College and Western Michigan bringing that young group of people. While some of them live on campus, others are involved in the community. And so you got that influence that kind of pushes the needle a little more toward the liberal side, which is okay.
Right.
People who have sometimes a little full of themselves, they don't understand the law, trying to explain with the limitations.
Right.
It doesn't fall on deaf ears.
How many times you've heard, don't tell me that we can't do it, tell us how we can.
Right.
Every attorney I've ever had, city attorney, the councils always say the same thing.
Which I understand.
So law is law, and yeah, there's, I guess you could be.
And some of it, what is right in place, things that one of the challenges that we have is the social equity program that we want to make sure it's reserved only for African Americans. We can't do that.
Yeah, that's discriminatory.
You can't do that.
Yeah, right.
I said there's ways around that. For instance, we can census tracts in the community that we're going to give preference to, they happen to have significant foreign population.
Right.
But at least you're opening up to everybody in there. There's no discrimination. If I happen to be a white person who lives in the census tract, I get the same preference.
Do you have a lot of those here now?
Yes,
Overabundance of them, or they're going to start being?
I mean, that's the part of the industry is going to start.
Yeah, it was great for the first few. You know, it's made a lot of money.
Here's the problem. Initially, for the first couple of years, there was restrictions on who could get a license. So if you were coming from, what they did is some of these places like Colorado, California, even Canada, had front Michigan residents. They were bankrolling.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
only Michigan
Okay.
residents for the first 18 or 24 months could get a license. Now that period is come and gone. So now, if you are from California, Colorado, and you've got money, you can come right in. You're treated at the same level.
Ah, okay.
So, some of that is coming in, but I was told by somebody who's been close to the industry, Kalamazoo, Michigan's marijuana product, at least when compared to other Midwest communities, Midwest states like Illinois, which is full legalization like Michigan, Ohio, which has medical. Indiana doesn't have any.
No.
Wisconsin might have passed some limited medical. But it's those communities along the state line, on the southern border, and along the border with Canada on the Upper Peninsula that are really meccas for the marijuana industry, because that's what they're trying to attract is not only in-state but out-of-state.
Wow.
The one that's got my head scratched is if you ever go through Kalkaska, it's got all these marijuana signs and stuff. This is small community.
Oh, it does. Yeah, it's got the big fish up there. Yeah. Wow. Huh.
So yeah, we had that opportunity, I guess, or challenge that we want to look at.
Yeah. Does it end up giving any kind of, or how much kind of revenue back?
It does.
I know it does, but is it measured?
Significant.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yes. I think oh boy, I want to say $350,000 last year. It was up from,
Does it come both from medical and from recreation?
Just recreation.
Recreation.
Just
Okay.
recreation. So we're getting some of that money.
Yeah, good.
It's nice to have.
So is the housing ordinance enforceable?
Well, of course it is.
Yeah.
But, lady,
Oh, yeah.
some of the folks in back.
Yep.
Did put in social protection law, is that when the commission made the language that we don't want to do a section 8 constitutional federal.
Right, right.
Which is a voluntary program.
Right.
So how can we build things out and require somebody to enter into a voluntary program? It's a huge problem. Well, we'll check out. So, and there's a, when the
Oh, sure. Right. Being second guessed, but it's a two-edged sword. I mean, I own property here. You tell me how I feel. Yeah. Right.
civil rights are Mr. Porter.
Right. Now, do you guys live in Kalamazoo? Are you planning on staying? You guys have family around here? Yeah, it's a nice community. I always wish I had come back here when I graduated. I really wanted to just was a job. So back to the Detroit area. Yeah. I'll never forget watching they still have the Kalamazoo Symphony. They used to play out here in Bronson Park. I remember coming out here. They still do. They do in the summer. Do they? Oh my God. Well, all right. One to go.
Test.
Well, now, go. You're on.
Okay. Thank you, Clerk Borling, for other duties as not assigned, sanitizing the microphone. Appreciate that. So, welcome back, everyone. We are reconvening our meeting that we opened this morning at 8:30. This is an official City Commission meeting, and our business at this meeting today is having the opportunity to interview potential candidates for our city attorney. For those that haven't been paying attention, we had our first interview this morning at 9:30. We had a second interview, and we are now to our third interview. We are honored to have Julianne Pestula here with us, and there's the hot seat right here in front. And welcome. So this is just as a first reminder, this microphone is very sensitive. If you're almost not right up on it, it doesn't really work. So it's almost like you have to be uncomfortably close to it for everyone in the chambers to be able to hear you. So sorry about that. Scott just sanitized it, so we're all good. So we have in the neighborhood of 21 questions altogether. And we are just going to rotate around and ask those questions. We're planning about an hour, I think, for this. And then after the questions, we've been through those questions, then you'll have an opportunity to ask us some questions or any closing comments that you'd like to make. So, you ready to get started?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, you're going to let's do a test here.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
There we go. Okay, right up on it. All right, well, we'll go ahead and start over here. Then with question number 1, Commissioner Juarez.
Yes, thank you for being here with us. Please give us a brief summary of your experiences, particularly in regards of municipal law. Tell us why you applied for Kalamazoo and how you think your style and expertise will be the right fit for us.
Okay, well, thank you again. This is very sensitive, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you for the warning. I just keep moving it closer and closer. So thank you again. My experience in municipal law is extensive. So it really is the intersection of government and politics in the legal field. I'm a career public servant, and this opportunity would allow me to continue that public service in a new community. My style and expertise would fit. Detroit, I think, and Kalamazoo share many similarities as well as differences. But I think we do have a lot in common, and I think that the skill set that I've developed over the years would be a nice fit for this community. Why I applied, I actually had a recruiter reach out to me. I love the city of Detroit. I love being with my city of Detroit family. And when the recruiter called me, I really thought and did my due diligence on the city of Kalamazoo. How wonderful of a community it is, and that I would be interested in the next step in my career in serving this community as well.
Good afternoon. Is it Pestula?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Pestula, thanks. I just want to make sure to confirm I'm saying it correctly. So we'd like to know a little bit more about you as an individual and what occupies your time outside of work.
Well, thank you. I certainly respect and value our ongoing quest for work-life balance in all of our careers. In my free time, I really enjoy volunteering, having fellowship time with family and friends, and then I have a variety of hobbies I like to engage in.
Thank you. Ms. Pestula, from your resume, it appears you have a career filled with accomplishments. Tell us about 2 of those accomplishments that you're most proud of.
That's an excellent question. Okay, 2 accomplishments. I I would say the first, so I was with the city of Detroit for 18 years and left for a one-year contract with the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. I'll say MICRC, so I don't have to say that again. And that opportunity, I was very happy at the city. There's so much work to do in all of our local units statewide, but the opportunity to serve again, the public in a new capacity was very drawing. So I was appointed and hired as general counsel for that entity, which was the first ever citizens redistricting. So it really was building those processes and that from the ground up, walking into an empty office. So really building out the policies and procedures and advising the client on the legal requirements. So in that capacity, using the law and the data that was available to us, the commission was able to craft and adopt maps that not only survived legal challenges to date, but also the most recent general election really bore the fruit of their efforts and demonstrated that the maps functioned as the commission intended, which is remarkable, and I was very proud to be a part of that. The second accomplishment, and you are correct, it's really hard to pick one. I would say that for a legislative accomplishment, one of the Mayor Duggan's priorities during his first term, one of them was blight remediation. And one specific area under that umbrella, a very, very specific umbrella that the mayor set forth, was graffiti removal. And so what I was very proud to do was draft that allowed for hearings before our Department of Appeals and Hearings, and that subsequently authorized the city to have a right of entry onto property for graffiti remediation where property owners were unwilling to undertake those activities themselves. So it made a huge impact on our neighborhoods and our communities as far as a nuisance that was present.
Thank you. If you're offered a position in Kalamazoo, what do you intend to do to make sure you're part of the community?
To make sure I'm, pardon?
Yeah, part of the community.
A part of the community. Well,
Yes.
first and foremost, I would have to move to Kalamazoo. So I've been doing extensive research again and due diligence there. So it would be moving to the community and really becoming a part of it, finding a faith family, finding groups to volunteer with and spend time with. My understanding is you have an extensive and beautiful park system, and I enjoy being outdoors, so that would definitely be something that I'd like to take advantage of. And finding what personal and professional groups are out there to participate in, to really become integrated into this community and help move it forward.
Thank you.
Hi. When we call on the individuals who have worked with you over the years, what will they tell us about you?
Okay, speak to individuals. I would like to believe that you would find that individuals I'd work with would indicate that I'm a dedicated public servant, that I'm very passionate about my work, that I'm an excellent listener and collaborator, and that I really value different perspectives from both internal and external stakeholders to get the best work product possible.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon. My question for you is, what do your first 3 months look like?
If I was invited to join the team here, I think the first 3 months really will be acclimating to the office, to the city structure and these things, doing a lot of listening, really finding out what are the current operations, where are we as a department, where are we as a city, and how to best achieve the city's strategic goals as outlined by this commission. And well, I could actually be even more specific. Is that would entail, meeting with staff, meeting with individually, with this the commissioners, as well as department heads, city manager, and public safety, all of the departments. So those would be the action items that I would take.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, what would be the most important things you would try to learn within those first 90 days?
Well, again, I think it goes back to, that's an excellent question. I think really what is the current landscape? And I think it's also important as someone coming from the city of Detroit to really try to get a historical perspective as well, since that would be definitely something that I lack coming in. Again, I've done a lot of online research, almost to the point of stalking the municipality, but really to support and supplement the work that I've already done to be prepared, really get that historical perspective, and really listen, because I'm believe that you can't really determine what changes would be needed or what would need to be modified until you really understand what's currently going on. And again, as it fits in with the priorities and the direction that the city is moving.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
What do you see in Kalamazoo that sets us apart from other places you have worked? And what particular skills, talents, or experience do you have that will make your tenure here successful?
Okay, I want to make sure I'm responsive, so excuse me while I jot a couple notes for the questions. So really setting Kalamazoo apart, again, I opened with that response to my first question is I do believe in Detroit and Kalamazoo share many similarities, while not carbon copies of each other by any means. But really the diversity in the Kalamazoo community, my family is multiracial, so I would not be interested in working in an environment that didn't celebrate and support and those kinds of goals. I really believe that my job with the MICRC took me all across the state of Michigan and got to observe and interact with a variety of local units. So that gave me also a different perspective on how to not only approach work, but engage other communities. And I think for Kalamazoo, it really is a diverse and vibrant city, and it has a clear path forward that's been set forth in the Imagine Kalamazoo 2025, and just the outgrowth of those with the shared prosperity initiatives and the FFE. I find it to be a comprehensive framework and plan for moving forward, and that I really think sets this community apart.
From what you have learned about us in Kalamazoo, what do you think are our two biggest challenges will be in the next 3 years? How would you tackle them, and what processes would you follow?
Thank you. Commissioner Juarez, I just realized I didn't answer the second part here. I took the time to write it down, and I
Go
did
ahead.
respond to Commissioner Decker's, the second part of her former question, which would be the talents and skills successful. I'll keep it brief, though, because I know my other...
Take your time.
Quite long. So I think the talents really, the skills would be, extensive legal experience, ordinance drafting, resolution drafting, really the ability to interact with and collaborate with a variety of stakeholders, again, whether they're internal to the city and external. I feel very strongly about involving departments in solutions, because as the implementing agencies, their input is vital as we hear the community's needs and the commission decides on a path forward. As far as talents, I would, I'm really an effective communicator, which listening is a big part of communicating. I know we all still struggle with that at certain times, but really being an effective communicator and a true collaborator, I think are definitely skills that I bring to the table in addition to my professional experience. And shifting back towards the new question, two challenges over the next 2 years, the method in which to tackle them and the process used. I would, again, observe that I think many local units in Michigan are facing similar challenges. Based on my research of Kalamazoo, what some opportunities that I've identified in would be towards housing and going through the code and doing a review. I know that's a very big priority of this commission, so I would definitely want to engage on those levels. So it would be the housing, the review of the code, and again, addressing disparity in the community. And I would tackle those problems and be a part of moving forward with the processes. I would really work hard to build really strong relationships, and again, using the vision of the commission on what objectives the commission wants to achieve, how we can work as a city across departments to achieve those. I hope that was responsive. It was a bit aspirational. That's why I wanted to make sure if you're looking for something more concrete, I can keep going.
Ms. Pestula, as an attorney, has there ever been a time that you made a recommendation that you wish you could have changed? Tell us about how you handled it and what you would do now, what you would do differently now, if anything.
That is a wonderful question as well. Let me process that. I think as lawyers, we provide the best legal advice with the facts and the information at that time. So as new facts or information come out, the way I've operated in the past and will always continue to operate in the future is to make sure the client is aware of any new information or facts. But of course, we base our legal advice on the snapshot at the time. And if it's a situation that allows us to expand and say, well, these are potential avenues this could go down, or pros and cons or concerns, or legal liabilities or risks. I mean, we have to look at a lot of our work as a public entity through a risk management lens, not only for liability to the city, but how does it impact our community, and what would the unintended consequences be, if any? So that's what I would have done in the past and what I would continue to do in the future.
Do you have, by any chance, any kind of example of one that comes to mind, maybe?
There was one ordinance we were amending that I was responsible for drafting, and the initial suggestion for reducing thresholds was in line with the law, and it was permissible. And I think it was a few weeks later, I received information where if those thresholds were lowered, it would potentially result in a larger number of homes in our community going into foreclosure. If that would also be part of the tax responsibility on homeowners. And it was very important to relay that as soon as possible to the city council, because they supported the initiative as well. But again, we didn't want any unintended consequences that would have a negative effect on the community to move forward. So the solution that city council ultimately rested on was to lower the thresholds, but not as low. And I think that was a solid decision, again, that they were making their initial determinations, and I was providing my initial advice that, yes, this is legal. Yes, you have the power to do this. You're authorized to make these changes under the Home Rule City Act. But there was additional information that came to light that definitely shifted all of our perspectives.
Thank you. Ms. Pastora, what do you believe is the most important skill a city attorney can have when it comes to city attorney commission relationship success? And can you tell us about a time when you had to rely on that talent to build or improve relationships?
Okay, well, I don't want to go too far out of the lane and say organizational, because I think that gets into the city clerk's responsibilities maybe a little too much. But I would say for the city attorney, my view and my opinion would be the most important would be communication. Whether it's oral or in writing, it would really be communicating with the client, the necessary information, the legal implications of different courses of action. and that really I'm a strong believer in open dialogue and communication. And could you please repeat, Commissioner Hess, the second part of that?
Certainly. Can you tell us about a time that you had to rely on those skills or that skill or talent to build or improve your relationships?
Thank you. One thing that I've learned, again, working for multi-member legislative bodies, which I have extensive experience working with appointed boards as well as elected boards, is really what I have found that multi-member bodies enjoy is having access to the same information at the same time. So it really is critical to disseminate, to me, to disseminate information in as much as I can to the entire body at the same time, or again, and be available for one-on-one discussions where necessary. But I really feel strongly that communicating information and responding to questions and providing the legal context and information for the commission to move forward.
Giving you time to take your notes there. So next question is, what is the most important role the commission plays in the success of a community's future, and what will you do to assure we are effective in that task?
Well, having looked at the city's organizational chart, which I certainly appreciate the residents being at the top of that, and really the residents will being manifested through the elected officials. So the commission is setting the priorities and the agendas for how the city moves forward and what those priorities are and how they shift, quite frankly, because if government work is nothing else, it's dynamic. So I really think that it is the commission setting those priorities and goals in the city attorney's office being directly responsible to the city commission, providing that support and advice and that counsel, where attorneys and counselors the client, and then the client makes their decision. So that is how I would see that division and that support. And it's also important to have measurable goals so that we can all be held accountable.
All right, thank you very much.
So, are you more of a manager or a leader? And can you describe how you exemplify the best of that quality?
So for my answer on that, and I love that question, I would start with a definition. To me, what being a manager means having the authority to supervise and run an office and to impact directly operations. To me, being a leader doesn't necessarily mean you have the formal authority. What you possess is a skill set to inspire others and to lead and mentor others to accomplish a goal. So based on my work roles and my professional development, more importantly, because right when we all start out our careers, we may not have the authority, but by taking on projects, by stepping up to the plate, by working hard and getting recognized, we're actually taking leadership roles even before we're granted any authority. So I would say, based on my professional development, that I function more as a leader, to work with a team and to move towards the goals. But I do also think you need both skill sets to be successful. I think you have to have an ability to manage as well as to lead.
Thank you.
When hiring a new employee to join your team, what skills and characteristics would they need to possess, and why?
Commissioner Hoffman, that's a very timely question. The city is actively hiring right now, and I've had the honor of interviewing a number of really great candidates over the last 2 days. from Kalamazoo remotely. So this is a nice thing about our Zoom and Teams. I think for what I would look for, being a municipal attorney and operating the space, it's a very broad area of law. So if you can find an experienced municipal attorney, that's always the goal, right? And making sure that person is a fit and all those other things can be ascertained through the interview process. But more often than not, what we find is that you have an attorney with the skill set of a lawyer, research, writing, litigation, the ability to say, I don't know the answer to that, I need to get back to you, rather than proceed down a course of advice that is unfamiliar to them. And I think if you possess that basic skill set and have a desire to learn and the ability to be a team player, I think you'd be a very successful municipal lawyer and grow in the areas. There's enough areas under the municipal law umbrella between elections, there's finance, there's development, there's criminal, civil. I mean, it's just very broad. So to, again, have somebody come in, it's always nice, but really I think a skill set and a desire to learn are the critical components.
What will be your secret to prioritizing, organizing, managing time, and evaluating how effectively we are using our resources?
So going back to the first 90 days and all that, really listening and observing where we are to gauge. So I'm also a project manager and I have lean certifications, so process improvements are something that I bring to the table and that I find pair very well with legal skills, particularly in a management position. So really to be able to say, how do we most efficiently and effectively achieve the commission's goals? We need to understand where we are and really using the data and metrics to support moving forward and be able to, again, measure our success, identify other opportunities, and doing so in a transparent fashion. I think it's very, very critical to be able to have that information as we move forward. And I think, again, time management, again, calendaring, and to the extent planning out the work that we know about, because there will always be things that come up that we don't anticipate or we haven't. There's always an emergency issue that comes up. So I think if you have a really solid work plan and workflow for our expected work, it allows the office to be more flexible to respond to those unexpected things that inevitably come up in all our roles. Thank you.
Thank you. How many people have you directly supervised, and how would you describe your management style?
The number of team members managed is 16, a team of 16. My management style, the management styles I prefer to use that I find most effective, and again, they shift, sometimes the department has different needs, but the two that I most heavily rely on is the democratic management style, because again, I really value communication and collaboration, and I think that staff as subject matter experts and people doing the work really have, their voices have a lot of value. And whether they feel comfortable sharing those opinions and ideas in brainstorming sessions as a group. I'm a big proponent of staff meetings as well as one-on-one check-ins, particularly for larger projects. So I try to give as many opportunities for all voices to share their perspective as possible. And value that input. And I would say the second management style that I rely heavily on is transformative. So it's really creating an environment where staff feels empowered to be innovative and forward thinking. And I think those two styles are very complementary and have been successful so far. And everyone has different styles and there are pros and cons to each, but those are the two that I prefer.
Ms. Pestula, what is the most important, long-lasting initiative you've developed regarding employee growth and development? And how did you know you were successful?
So employee growth and development.
There we go.
Okay, wonderful. So I think from an operations side, it really is professional development and ongoing training and the ability for staff to collaboratively set their personal development goals. So all of these kind of go under the performance review process, but they definitely tie into productivity and the deliverables to the client. And I think all of those things are critical. And that would be, I think, what a formal example of initiatives set forth that moves that forward.
Thank you. Getting to a collaborative agreement on contentious or difficult issues can be very difficult. Walk us through a time when you faced a particularly divisive problem and tell us how you approached getting the parties to a win-win decision.
Yes, there are often contentious environments that arise with competing interests. And when you layer over the law onto those perspectives, a lot of times people don't like what the law says. And really the goal is to get the law changed, which is a separate tangent that I won't go on down, but certainly advocating for changes in the law is something that has been pursued in the past on initiatives that I've been involved in and met with success and also met with failure that the legislature was not interested in changing. But as a short-term solution, because again, changing the law is a longer-term solution, I think a contentious issue would be, we've had some initiatives, particularly around environmental concerns in Detroit. And again, I think this is another area based on my research that I think we share certain similarities with our industrial base and our manufacturing bases, which are critical community members, but also how that interacts with residential areas and that. So the issues I would go to would be mostly those environmental issues, and really having the Detroit City Council has always been over my tenure with the city very engaged with the community and stakeholders and having community meetings, particularly on those types of issues, and really listening to the community and trying to craft a way forward, and more importantly, communicating why certain actions can't be taken. So being able to disseminate information to our residents on why the idea is a great idea, but unfortunately because of a current legal framework or other considerations, it's not a viable option at that time. But again, we can identify other ways to address it and while pursuing more longer term interventions.
So what is your understanding of diversity, equity, and inclusion, and how will you incorporate this into the department mission?
So my understanding of the principles that are very interrelated of diversity, equity, and inclusion, the DEI principles, I strongly support those principles. I think they're naturally woven into my management style and the way that I approach people. I was very excited when I was doing my research to see the DEI assessment from October 2021, and I reached out and had a conversation with Kalamazoo's DEI office to make sure that I was reading things properly, because it was very exciting how that assessment really is serving as a foundation and a way to move the government's work forward. And I think it is a strong foundation. For me, diversity being just including just the broadest spectrum of individuals with differences that are seen and unseen, because many in our disability community, they have unseen disabilities that need to be uplifted and considered. And I think from an equity lens, really creating that environment of fair treatment and equal treatment, not only moving forward, but simultaneously taking that look back and saying, are there any barriers? I've been watching the Civil Rights Board meetings, and I've been reviewing other information on the city's website, and I really think there is a strong foundation there to move forward. Was that responsive, Mr. Mayor? Okay.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cooney, you want to ask your question?
So, we have a housing ordinance in the city aimed at making shelter available to those sometimes denied access. Part of that ordinance requires that a landlord cannot deny a person a lease based on source of income. Do you believe such an ordinance is enforceable?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cooney. So I had the opportunity to read the charter. I would not claim to have read your entire code yet, but I have been in the code, and certainly Chapter 18 was one area that I did look at. Some of my work in Detroit was drafting an inclusionary housing ordinance. We had a ban the box as to housing ordinance spearheaded by Councilwoman Ayers that really prohibited a first look at a housing applicant to consider criminal convictions and other things. So I feel very strongly about everyone's access, or the community's access, to not only safe but affordable housing. Specifically, to answer your question, I would commit to reviewing and researching that provision in Chapter 18, as the Commission has clearly identified that as a priority, and providing that answer.
Thank you.
I don't feel that I have the necessary to provide a more definitive answer than committing to prioritizing and looking at it moving forward if I were granted an invitation to join the team.
Thank you.
Where do you see yourself in 3 years? And if you were looking back at your time in Kalamazoo, what do you hope we would have accomplished together?
So again, in 3 years, the goal would be to be in the role of city attorney for Kalamazoo. I want to make sure I affirmatively state that, since I don't think I have up until this. So in 3 years, my hope would be that that we would have achieved some measurable results for the community based on the strategic goals as outlined by the commission. And I really enjoy how, as I've reviewed commission agendas and reports to the commission, how those strategic goals and objectives are woven throughout the process. And I think that's one of the reasons that the DEI office will enjoy success moving forward, is it really is identified benchmarks that we're all trying to achieve. So hopefully we'll be able to advance those goals and have many projects to point to and be proud of.
Thank you.
Commissioner Decker, if you would be so kind, if you could pick up the follow-up questions that I neglected to ask for number 12. They're on the above 13 on the page there.
Yes, Mayor. I will repeat the question just so you know what the follow-up is. The question that you've answered was, what is the most important role the commission plays in the success of a community's future, and what will you do to assure we are effective in that task? The follow-up questions to that are, what tools or techniques do you use to ensure the commission is always well-prepared to make the best possible decisions? And do you find it best to provide the commission with recommendations for actions, or merely options from which we can choose?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. The first, for the most important role in the success of the commission, getting specifically towards the tools and techniques to ensure the commission is well prepared. I think part of the role of city pardon me, please, of city attorney is, again, to make sure that the commission has the legal analysis necessary for an issue before it. And part of that is monitoring state legislation for changes in state law that would impact the advice given to the commission, really making sure that, again, all of this has been communicated to the body as a whole, and that if necessary, also that the commission has the opportunity to be able to disseminate that information to the community in a digestible format. One of the things we're always striving for is to be concise. So just because I'm very excited about, the history of blight and property maintenance code does not mean that everyone shares that passion. So I always have to make sure, being concise and providing the commission the information that it needs to move forward. I think as far as best to make recommendations or options, I think I hate to use the answer, but it does depend on what we're talking about. Sometimes the commission's need will be just information, legal information. This is what the case law says. This is what the statute says. It's preempted. It's not preempted. All of those kinds of things. And I think in certain circumstances, it is appropriate, and I'm very comfortable making recommendations where it's appropriate, and sometimes it's not appropriate. Really just setting forth options and outlining the legal risks that would be associated with each option, and as the majority votes.
Thank you.
So we have reached the end of our formal questions, and I appreciate you hanging with us through that. So now it's your opportunity to ask some questions and make some closing remarks if you'd like.
Well, for my closing remarks, I'll start.
And make sure to lean right into that.
Thank you for the reminder. I appreciate it. Important for the viewing public that will be that are watching remotely. So for my question, it's kind of a forward thinking, and I made sure to write it down. If Mr. Mayor, if you could, or any commissioners that would like to share one word to describe the vision, your vision of the best Kalamazoo could be, what would that one word be that you would choose?
So I'll give everybody a chance for this. This is one. So it's kind of hard to cram it to one word. I'm going to call it opportunity land, if that's one word.
I would say extravagant.
Other one-word answers?
Sorry.
It's very hard for politicians to give one-word answers. For starters.
Lawyers as well, so I answered my one word.
We both picked opportunity.
Opportunity.
I would say unified.
Abundant.
Equity.
Just -for-all.
That's cheating. If we shortened our commissioner comments to one word, that would really move us through our, the best one word for tonight. Other questions?
I really truly feel that again, I've been doing extensive amount of due diligence to prepare to come and visit the community, and I appreciated the opportunity to attend the meet and greet yesterday, engage not only with citizens, some of the commission members and city staff. It was a wonderful opportunity that I was very happy to participate in. I'm honored to be sitting here and even be considered for this position. So I appreciate each and every one of your time, the thoughtful questions. You had great questions too, and I really appreciate all of those questions. I hope that I was able to provide the information that you need to move forward and make what is undoubtedly a very difficult decision for the future of your community. And again, I just very much appreciate this opportunity, and I wish you all the best. Whether I'm a part of it or not, I sincerely wish each of you and the city the best moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, we all appreciate that. So now, Commissioners, we are now at the point on our agenda where then we can decide together how we want to move forward. So I just want to remind all of us here is that we have, excuse me, in our possession, we have resumes, we have cover letters, we also have copies of responses that came from recommendations that each candidate received. So we have that information in front of us here as well. And of course, now we have finished our interview portion of the process. So now it comes to the time for us to deliberate, which we must do in public, and make some decision if we can come to a decision together. So we can approach this however we want. This is within our control. So I know that we have tools that were provided to us by our own HR director here, Shelley Duzek, and in those tools, it gave us an opportunity to rank things in a variety of categories, and also to rank at the bottom. In other words, rank candidates 1, 2, and 3. So that's a tool we can use, and we can use it that way. We don't have to use that tool. We can take another approach if we wanted to, for example. We could do something like selecting, every one of us write down a name of our first choice. And remember, this is all public. We could provide that name or whatever to the clerk, and we could see how that rolls out. So we could decide what the process is ourselves. We could also decide today that we want to take a pause. This has been a lot. We've been sitting here since 8:30 this morning, and we've heard a lot of things that we may want to spend a little time sinking in and thinking about. We have a public comment time at the beginning of the meeting. There may be some folks who would like to provide their feedback to us before we make a decision. And so there's really, no real practical way in community-wide to do that necessarily at this point. So we could determine today, this is good, this information is helpful, and then we could have this added to our agenda for Monday night to make our decision on Monday night, which would give us a few days to continue thinking about it. Just a reminder, if we do that, and we put it off to Monday night, we are prohibited from getting together and deliberating on this and deciding in groups, who's our number one and how we want to work that. We want to do that work in public. So that is certainly something we're going to make be very cautious about that kind of conversation. So I'm just putting that out there to say, is there a sense from us what our comfort level is and how we'd like to move forward? Commissioner Prado?
And this is personally my opinion, but I would really appreciate an opportunity to digest and, give some time to process, and also give community a chance to process. And the fact that we have a meeting on Monday, that opportunity to give comment or reach out to us in the next couple of days, I think would be most advantageous to us and community. So that would be my recommendation. I think it would be really nice, though, if we could spend a little time here now just sharing all of our initial thoughts, or, even if it's not in a particular order or just something that comes to mind for each of us, because maybe there was something somebody else caught that I didn't catch, or vice versa, and might make a point that might help us with our processing over the weekend.
Any other thoughts about that? Commissioner Decker?
I do agree with Commissioner Prado that we have definitely got a lot of information given to us today. And I do think it would be right to let the public also be able to watch this live and then be able to come and comment on Monday. And then we can make our decision then.
I concur.
Any other thing? Attorney Robinson?
Just for the commission's information, after each of the candidates were interviewed by the commission, they went into a conference room and spoke with my staff. And so you may want to get my staff's impressions of the individuals. Obviously, they're just starting with Ms. Pastula. So that's another consideration you may want to give. The other thing is in terms of history. When I was appointed, I interviewed on a Saturday, and the commission did not make the decision on the Saturday. They made it, actually, it was in January. It was the Saturday before the Martin Luther King holiday. So they made the decision on the following Tuesday. So there is some historic background and precedent for not making the decision this afternoon.
Yeah, Commissioner Hoffman.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, as Commissioner Prato said, that, there was a lot to digest, and this appointment is so critical to how we move in the future that I really would love to hear what community has to say, because I'm sure they will have plenty to inform us on. So I really wanted to just, speak to that. Like, I really want the community to know that they are a part of this decision, although it lies with the 7 of us, but their input is invaluable.
Helpful. Any other thoughts along those lines? Seems like everyone's comfortable with that approach. I mean, I don't know if you wanted to start, Commissioner Prato, you suggested we could have some conversation now that might be helpful. I don't know if there's anything anybody wants to start with. If you want to start with something, I'd be happy to start with something, I guess. I'll just get started unless you have anything in particular. I just want to say a couple things first. I do want to say thank you very much, Jeff Mueller and Michigan Municipal League. I appreciate your work on this, and I think the quality of the candidates and their breadth of experience is what is contributing to us deciding to wait until Monday. I think if it was an extremely obvious the differences people are bringing to the table, that would make it easier to make a very quick decision. So thank you for your efforts. I appreciate that. And Director Juzik, thank you for all the work you've done helping the commission do this. I know it's a lot added to all your regular HR duties, so thank you. And I do want to make sure, just from my perspective, is that I don't think this is going to be an easy decision, and it's not a slam dunk decision for us. And it is impressive. Everyone brought particular skill sets to the table. And it is interesting seeing what's in print, what people have said about people, what their resumes look like. There's a wealth of experience in somewhat different areas that's coming our way. So we've got to parse all that out. But I will just want to say to all the candidates that I think I am happy that and proud that there are individuals such as yourselves who are willing to do this public work. It is certainly the case that to some extent we're finding more that there's some more comfort with the idea maybe of working for a firm and having be somewhat distanced personally from this work and the firm providing that legal advice rather than you being there on the front lines. And there's certainly the case that in this seat, not only are you oftentimes sitting here through every meeting, no matter whether it goes till 2 in the morning, or whether people in the community immediately agree or don't agree with what you are attempting to provide your best legal advice, that you get to hear that firsthand. People are not happy about it. So I'm really appreciative there are people that are still willing to do this public work. I'm sure all of us are so aware these days of how absolutely important it is for us in this public space that we share that can seem sometimes so tenuous and based on some things like, do we trust election results, how important it is to have qualified individuals that are still committed to this idea of this messy kind of process we have of being a republic and democracy. So anyway, thank you very much to all those who spent some time here with us today. Any deliberation that we need to get to at this point? Vice Mayor Cooney.
Well, the one question I have is, I really would like that feedback from the legal staff. How do we do that?
I don't know, and I suppose Mr. Mueller or Ms. Dusek.
Is your mic on?
Sorry, either Mr. Mueller or Ms. Dusek might be able to answer that better because I've divorced a little bit from that process.
Sorry about that.
Chamberlain is compiling their comments.
Okay, so DCM Chamberlain. Does that sound okay, acceptable? Is that okay, Vice Mayor?
I guess so.
Yeah,
I mean, it's
so-
different than having a dialogue. I mean, we get something written, they given to us.
Sure.
Yeah.
I would say
I don't
each-
know if you could do it the other way. It might be best we could do.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a little tough. It's a little more challenging, let's say, if you're expressing some very strong opinions about a person who could end up being your boss.
Sure.
You might couch what you're going to say in a certain way. But on the other hand, if you know someone in particular, they give you a phone call too.
Yeah.
I know that's less formal, but that's one way. Any other thoughts or concerns about that?
No, I think it's probably the best we can do.
Anything, Commissioner Pradel, at this point, you want to add? Okay. Commissioner Decker, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to add, just for the commission, is that we do have the initial screening report that was done. And if you're looking for, within their resume, or not, yes, resumes, they have references. So there's a lot of good information that you can also gather from these candidates within this document here. So definitely please take a look at that. That's just one thing I wanted to say. Just make sure everybody took a look at that. It's a lot more information versus the resume, what we heard and saw today also. So these are direct people that they have worked with in the past or are currently working with.
Yeah, that's helpful, Commissioner Decker. Hey, just a reminder for me, is every bit of information we've gotten available as of today to the public? How is that working out?
I don't know that it's been posted or anything like that. Obviously, it's subject to a Freedom of Information request, but I don't know that all the information has necessarily been posted. And I don't know that that would be a little unusual to do in regard to a candidate for employment.
Okay. Commissioner Decker.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question on that. So again, if we're going to, if moving this to have more discussion and more public input on Monday, would this information say the packet be included within the agenda? I don't know who could answer that question.
That's probably more an answer that can be given by Deputy City Manager Chamberlain.
And again, I don't want to break the law. I just want to make sure that we're giving the public
I know you
all
never
the
want to break the
information
law.
that we can, so.
The recruitment flyer and all the resumes were included in this meeting's packet, the public packet, as well as your last special meeting where you set the meeting for today. Again, the flyer, or like the 6-page flyer, and all of the resumes and cover letters were included in that public packet also. So they've been in the public packet twice now.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm talking about the initial screening. Just asking.
Right, the behind, the screening materials and things like that, no. Resumes, cover letters, and recruitment information was.
Thank you.
Anything else for the good of the order for today? Commissioner Pradel.
Are we going to discuss initial thoughts or anything?
That's what I kept asking you if you wanted to start.
I just, no, I mean, I was,
Okay.
the whole group, I was hoping we could maybe share some stuff, but I don't necessarily need to go first. But I do,
Yeah,
I mean, obviously I have some thoughts, but I mean, even if it's just stuff that just rose to the top, that just were initial, would be helpful.
Okay.
Yeah, I can share. I think it's going to be a tough decision, but I think each candidate had some different qualities that they presented that could benefit the city of Kalamazoo, especially with Mr. Kim and working through the process of Flint. You know, that's a huge process, right? And kind of working on stuff like that. You know, and with Mr. James, you know, him being from around here, knowing, you know, Kalamazoo and being part of Oshimo is something to look at, you know. He's probably the one who has more information about Kalamazoo and knows about Kalamazoo firsthand, more so than the other two candidates. But again, they all have qualities that if we could all put them in one, it would be great. But, that's up to our decision. So those are some things I've seen that were pretty unique, especially with Mr. Kim and the trust factor, and kind of just weaving that in through all that he was talking about, was really good to hear that. Mr. Porter talked about some trust too. But yeah, I think those are some initial comments that I think would be helpful for us to look at.
Listening to the candidates, just a few things that concern me on some of the candidates. When you talk about DEI, there were two candidates that didn't really have a lot of experience in that area, I believe. I believe that one that definitely stood out to me that had more experience within that area. Another thing, with Mr. Porter, being with the township, even though, again, respect what you're saying, Commissioner, again, municipalities and townships are just a little bit different, so I think there could be a curve learning in that, especially coming in with City Attorney Robinson departing soon here. So that was one of the concerns that I had. I definitely liked all of them talking about how they don't like the management style. It's more of a leader. You have to be able to lead your team versus manage your team. I think that's how you get more of a consensus and more of a camaraderie, that word, amongst the team that we have in place here that'll work with the city attorney, and how they'll also be able to collaborate with people within the different departments. That's what I have right now. I'm pretty sure I'll have more later.
Commissioner Hess.
I think they all addressed at some level the issue of housing that we are all concerned about here on commission, some more deeply than others. I do think it's really important from a DEI perspective and from equity to have someone in that chair who deeply believes and practices anti-racism and equity. I heard a lot about collaboration from most of them, from all of them, and it's really important that they be a team player at this point.
All right. I'll just share a little bit about each of the candidates. I just like the parts that I summarized. Ms. Pestula, I felt like she was probably of all the candidates the most polished today, and very consistent in terms of polished is what we saw in the meet and greet yesterday. I was also impressed that she did a significant amount of research, and as she described due diligence, even identified reaching out to her DEI department to confirm those details. I found her to be very confident and concise in her responses. And I also appreciated, in the case of all the candidates, but particularly with Ms. Pestula, she identified the issues that really mattered to us. I think you could tell she quickly identified housing. I can't remember where, but anyways, I know that where I wrote those down. But I thought that was. She also did a good job of making the parallels between the challenges. Oh, I know it was environmental challenges, housing challenges, DEI, but she did a great job of shining the parallels between her experience of 18 years with Detroit and what we could face with the city of Kalamazoo. So those were some of the positives. Some of the red flags for me is, I think if you do any just due diligence ourselves and do a Google search, there's not a whole lot except for the MICRC. I think if you want to look through a fair lens, it was the first time something happened. It happened because of ballot initiative. And it was, you had to expect it was going to be a very polarizing issue because both political parties had a lot at stake with that work. But you cannot refute the fact that it was a very turbulent process and very, very messy.
Yes.
And she was front and center with a lot of that. And, it's hard to tell sometimes if it's a person that had a role in that chaos, or if they were the person in that chaos, like holding it all together, right? And we don't know that. But the thing that was a little bit curious to me is some of the questions asked specifically about, challenges you faced, or if you would have done things differently. And it just would seem to me like something that's that public in terms of turbulence, you would acknowledge and at least share what you learned from it or whatever. So that was my one red flag there. But overall, very impressed. For Mr. Kim, I was super impressed with him last night just in one-on-one conversations, but I just didn't feel like he came with that same level of passion I saw last night. So that made it hard for me. But, you recognize that it could be, just the nervousness. There's this dais was built for a courtroom. So it's meant to have that weird power imbalance. And it always makes me uncomfortable when I used to comment. And so sitting there in front of all this, I'm sure, is nerve-wracking. But even though I didn't feel a tremendous amount of passion from him today, I felt an authenticity. It's like, this is who I am, this is what I bring, very salt of the earth personality, which I think would fit well with our culture and our community. But I thought his responses were very candid and concise. He was very spot on in terms of identifying the issues that really matter to us, including housing and specifically the housing ordinance. And he also really, you said this, Esto, he really had a clear grasp of needing a strong team and trust. And he kept going back to that, like the strong team and trust and building that strong team and trust. And I think also just recognizing that he recognizes that, sometimes you want answers to things, but understanding that we don't know the complexities of things to come. And he was cautious not to necessarily speak out and say with confidence that he would do something because he doesn't know what the future necessarily holds. He gave us kind of like what it could look like. Mr. Porter, he really surprised me today. I was less impressed with him yesterday in the one-on-one, but then today I felt like he brought his A game more so in the interview. He seemed confident in his responses, even with the difficult ones. I thought he demonstrated humility and kind of a servant leader mindset. He brought examples of how he fought for the residents of Oshtemo Township. He talked about how the company that came in and wanted to do the power lines, and he fought for that. He talked about that even if he wanted issues to happen, he would try to iron out, the complexities to make those happen. But, the one thing that I put is just kind of like for red flags there is that one of the things he mentioned is about collaborative spirit in the water negotiations contract. And again, I wasn't there, but I do know that process dragged on for way longer than it ever should have. And it cost taxpayers way more money than it should have. And it was way more contentious. And so I think like describing it as a collaborative process, maybe that's how it ended at the end. But like, I feel like maybe I would have come at a different lens than just saying like, oh yeah, it was collaborative and rainbows and sunshine. Like, no, this was a challenging process. And like, I represented my people and stuck it to you guys for a long time. And that's basically the way it went down, So, in terms of somebody who was, a guardian for his residents, I think he was a highly effective person, but I think just not acknowledging that obvious reality kind of stuck out as a red flag to me. And I think the other thing too was just, there was one thing where he talked about the DEI and the housing discrimination ordinance and just kept referencing, we don't have the resources to do it. But like if you don't have the resources, then you get creative about how you do it because it is important that it happens. And that doesn't all fall on him, so you can't take full responsibility for him for that. However, I think that yeah, I'll leave it at that. But anyways, those were the initial thoughts on each three candidates.
Oh, I'll take a shot. I think all three of them are very qualified and could do a really good job here. Start off with that. I had a chance to speak to all three last night extensively. I think there's a difference when you look at overall background, accomplishments, and what happens here today. I thought when we look at Mr. Kim's experience and background and talking to him last night about different issues, it was a different Mr. Kim than appeared out here today. So I think all those things have to go together. To me, the work that he did on the Flint water crisis is tremendously important. I think that's really important. I thought Mr. Porter's enthusiasm was great. Obviously, he has a chance to know the community, but I liked what he said. And I think he really would go way beyond what was required if he got this job, that he would really be. Ms. Pastoral, I was really impressed with her homework that she did, her ability to speak. She's a very good communicator. Her values are right at the top. So it's a tough decision. I really had to think through. I had to take account what I know about them and what happened today.
Commissioner Decker.
I do have to agree with Commissioner Cooney on that with Mr. Porter. He is more from the area. He's worked with many firms here already, so they know his style. They know his style, he knows their style. I did just want to say that, but that doesn't mean that, again, a good communicator or a person with good expertise in the area can also come in and make new relationships, because sometimes that's kind of what you need to do to get things done, is to make new relationships and do things a different way. You can't always, you're going to get the same answer to keep doing things the same way. Just what I say.
Yeah. Chris.
I wanted to share something that I experienced last night. I was standing with two other individuals, so I thought it'd be helpful for the community to hear this as well. But for Mr. Kim, last night he was a really good communicator and just like bringing it down to a level I could understand. And we were asking him about the Flint water crisis, and I'm sure he, like every single place he goes, that's the first thing that somebody asks, which I'm sure is very challenging, but he still was very gracious and was willing to answer the questions. And I asked him, like, in your assessment, how did this happen? And he basically put it in very simple terms, and he said, as complex as the issue was, and he said, in terms of decision making, if you made a scale from 0 to 100, and he's like, 0 was just complete and utter incompetence, and 100 was perfection. He's like, there were a lot of people that made a level 30 decision. And he's like, when you multiply 0.3 times over and over and over again, you get closer and closer to 0. And he was, he conveyed that, and it really kind of sunk in and helping understand like how the dysfunction of so many people making subpar decisions cumulatively caused a disaster. And so he was a really good communicator in that front. So, but I do think I wanted to share that because I heard that last night, and then just share also. I thought they all did a pretty good job of communicating. I thought, and whether it was last night or tonight, in ways that they could make sure that we in the community can understand what's happening.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, like, everybody has conveyed the experience and everything that each individual brought. For us to think that we're going to get the perfect person to come in and to fill this role, we should think differently. And so I think we need to allow grace for people to move and to grow into what we've already been creating, and to add to that. This is not an easy decision to come to. And understanding that no matter what decision is made, there are going to be naysayers and there are going to be people who support. So I just want us as a commission to remember that, like, we're all human. We have a decision to make. I really want to hear from the staff and from community before I say anything about anyone that presented today, and that we just continue to know that there's no perfect person. And we need to have the grace to let an individual grow into the position while they bring their strengths to us. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hoffman. I would like to add to that I would ask for the community's trust that, from what I know from each of my fellow commissioners, mayor and vice mayor, that we really do take this work very seriously, and that we will do our due diligence and discernment as we do that. And I think the gift of time and grace over this weekend is going to be really helpful.
Anything else for the good of the order today, my friends? All right, well, I think this is the most time. Commissioner Decker.
I just have one quick question. Are we going to be keeping our interviewers, evaluations candidates until
Are we going to keep our packets with us?
Monday?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Good question. I'm not sure if we spent this much time together since last retreat. There you go. That's right. So this is a retreat of sorts, us spending some time together. And once again, when we get together, I don't know how many, I don't even know if this happens over Thanksgiving when families get together. They spend the entire time talking about your values, basically, which is what we do here. So that's great. It's a little bit like a church service, Pastor Juarez. And I want to thank everybody for doing this work. We will pray on it as well, I'm sure, and we will come back on Monday, and I think be prepared to make our decision then. So thank you, one and all, and we are adjourned.